ஏற்கனவே நான் You need SmartPLS and SPSS. Okay.
Separate. Can you see the separate?
You download the data.
Oh.
Okay. And then it's okay lah. You can also use desktop. But you need to have a pen drive.
We do not have the data. We do not have the data file. Is that data file for us to upload the data?
That's in the Google Drive. In the Google Drive.
The instruction there's no Google Drive, all the material are in
This part. So to check this one is okay, so okay. We have some communication problem, I think. The word file they send you, there's a link. You have to click and download the Google Drive, right? Okay. Done? Okay. Now, you can wait for the download. It takes some time, right? Okay. Now you have to listen.
Yeah.
Many of you have listening problem. Hopefully, you will pay attention. So you scold your student, right? Now it's my time to scold you. So anybody cannot download, I have a pen drive that you can download from here. No? So pen drive will come around. So you just listen. Okay?
One by one.
He will pass around.
Yeah, pass around. And try is the data. Hold on, I'm downloading it. Yes. No, they all want it.
Download, you download from the Word document, is it?
Yeah, you use the word download. They download from Okay, I'm copying to a pen drive. I will pass it around. Okay, so now just listen. Okay? Don't look at the computer.
Okay.
Then look at the computer, no need to be here, right? So the next 2 days we will be looking at this software called SmartPLS. It's very popular, but it has its own problem. You need to understand some of the issues with the software. It is actually not so much of the software. It is more about your understanding of methodology. I think many people have very poor understanding of methodology. I see this commonly. And many of them have already passed with the basic. Your own supervisors, your beloved supervisors, maybe they also don't understand what they are telling you. So you need to listen so that you can also upgrade your own supervisor. Okay? Some of the things I discussed will not be coming from the textbook. What you get knowledge is from the textbook. I've graduated 112 PhD students. Okay? 112 PhD students. I currently have about 40 PhD students still. I'm already retired. I retired in 2024. When I first wanted to join USM, they didn't want to take me. Now they don't want to let me go. Very extending me for the second year. So my third extension will be in May this year. So that's my third extension. I already got a job in IMU. But I'm not moving. They gave me an offer and a contract. They waited for me for 1 year. And finally, the VC actually called me personally. I said, I'm not going to move. So I'm still in USM. I'm also a jump in Sunday for the last 10 years. And I finished my tenure December last year. The dean personally texted me. I'm already extended. So I'm also a jump in Sunday. That's a echo.
I think we need to off the audio that side.
Christopher, you need
Oh, Amma is coming. Okay. Yeah, I think it's ISD lah. Yeah, but they need to off that speaker because the echo is coming out from there. Yeah.
Okay, so when I first started, I also like you lah, not very clever. Okay, I'm still not very clever lah. Okay? But what I did was actually university they don't care. So you need I better use SPSS. I thought I can survive until I retire. But after 20 years, in 2005, 2006, what happened was many of the papers we submitted, they sent back. They said, can you rerun using structural equation model? And at that time, I didn't know what the heck was structural equation model. So what will happen is you section, right? When you read papers, the analysis part, you skip, right? That's not a good thing. You must also read the full paper. Examiners also say, they read 1, 2, 3, and then they flip to 5. They say, I'm not very good in SEM. If somebody says that, I will tell them, don't become the examiner. You need to read all chapters, remember? You need to understand what the numbers mean. You don't have to actually run them. Okay. Thank you very much. So what I did was, when I first started, I only use SPSS. So after a while, we had a software called INOS. How many of you are familiar with INOS? That's a good software. If you have learned that software, then this software is very easy. That software to draw also it takes a long time. But the basic understanding is from the software. Okay. So after a while, I started learning structural equation modeling. So I'm very lucky because I actually attended a workshop with people you cite in your literature. Okay. Do you know this guy, right? Your eyes are not blinking. You are in management, right? His name is David Kenny, but you know the citation as Barron and Kenny. Barron and Kenny, 1986. Kalau tak tahu something wrong, you are living in a different planet. His name, this is the citation. Yes, this citation, Barron and Kenny, 1986, has more than 150,000 citations. One paper. So he's called the legend in mediation. Okay, this guy, David Kenny. He was in Harvard University, but he didn't like Harvard. He said Harvard is cutthroat competition. I like a more laid-back lifestyle. So he moved from Harvard to University of Connecticut. Actually, University of Connecticut very nice. You see the squirrel jumping on the lawn. It's open air. You can walk in and out. Very nice place. So I attended this workshop in 2008 to learn structural equation modeling. But the only problem was he's from an area called experimental psychology. They do experiment, but we don't do experiment, we do survey, right? So the way they report and the way we report is slightly different. Okay. So during the workshop, I asked him, I have this table which is called the measurement model with the item loading ABECR, right? How do I develop this table? And he's replying to me, I don't know. Hello, I'm paying you 900 US. And the reply is, I don't know. They are like that. Because he said, in psychology, we don't report like this. Okay, so he's actually being honest, saying that in psychology, the way they report is very different from the way they report in business. Okay? At 4:30, I was asking him a question. 8:30, he was sending me some materials. No? Maybe you want to refer to this material. Okay? During the workshop, they don't give you anything. No? You have to come prepared. No? They only give you some link to go and read. They expect you to be ready. Unlike here, if you don't do that, they will curse you, right? No food also, they will curse you. Huh? 900 US, they only give you biscuit and coffee. Lunch is on your own. Okay? 900 US, okay? So that's the system they have. The reason they do that, they charge a lot, is for people to come, they are really prepared. And people who come to this workshop, they ask lots of questions. Non-stop. Okay? Non-stop. Because they are already paying 900 US, remember? Make most of the money. Okay? So after attending this workshop, I thought I can write my own paper. I couldn't. It took me another 2 years. Before I wrote my first paper using structural equation. 2008, I attended the workshop. 2010, I wrote my first paper using AMOS. Okay? Because AMOS has strict requirement, fit values, those kind of things. And then I attended another workshop in the US. I went to US 3 times. I don't think so I will go back to US again with the current condition, right? Not so good, no? It takes about 30 plus hours to reach the destination. No? So this is the second workshop I attended with Gregory Hancock. Do you recognize the software? You're not very curious people. No, SmartPLS doesn't look like this. Not even close. This is a software called Israel. This is a competitor to the software called AMOS. So I learned AMOS. So I want to know what is the difference between AMOS and Israel. So I went to another workshop to learn this. This software is slightly more challenging because you need to write syntax. You know syntax, right?
Yes.
100 line of code, then you compile. Suddenly they say line 3 error, line 5 error. Have you encountered this? I did this many years ago. After that, I said, no way I'm going to do this. So I have never used this software. And they are also lazy people, right? We like to click here, something will come out. So we are very happy with that kind of software. Right? Okay. So that's why many Malaysians like this software called SmartPLS. Very graphical user interface. Okay. So this is a very powerful software. If you have time, you can pick it up. Okay. Called Israel. Okay, the third workshop I attended was in Australia. They have this consortium in Australia called ACS-PRI. They have very good workshop for 4 to 5 days. They have the best instructors in Australia. One of the lady I wanted to attend workshop with is a lady called Julie Palan. Oh, yes. Julie Palan is like a god in SPSS. She has a book called SPSS Survival Guide, right? That's a book she wrote. So I wanted to attend the workshop. But she does the workshop on item response theory. Most of the time, not many people register. So it gets closed down. Okay? But this is using AMOS. A very good instructor. Actually, after attending this workshop, I was more confident compared to the first one. That's why we need to attend multiple workshops with different people. Each person will have their own understanding, right? So you pick up something. And if you see here, we are already talking about reflective and formative. This is 2011. Okay? Here we are still talking about reflective only. So for measurement, we have 2 types of measurement, reflective and formative. You need to understand them before you start your assessment. Okay. Then I started meeting this guy. You should recognize him, right? You sight him everywhere, like hair and all. He never say also hair and all, right? Nobody will question your citation, hair and all. So I started meeting him in 2011. We are now working on this software called SmartPLS. Now is the big name for SmartPLS. You see the book PLS Primer 1, 2, and 3. His name is the first name, right? Because they need his name to sell. Very nice guy, if you meet him. Unlike many professors in developing countries, very difficult to talk to, right? At the power distance, right? He has no power distance. You can check with him during coffee. Yeah? Very, very nice guy. Yeah? He actually came to visit me in USM. He was in Singapore. He messaged me. Yeah? Said, I want to visit Penang because I've not been to Penang in 30 years. So I said, please come. Okay, next time anybody asks you, give you an offer, you say yes first. Later think lah. You take 5 days to think, right? The person will make alternative arrangement. I always say yes, then I decide later. Okay? Then I asked him, what do I need to do for you? And he said, you don't have to do much. The flight, he detour from Singapore to Penang, Penang to KL. The agent will do that. Okay? Hotel no need to book. Hotel they have arrangement with Hilton. So the university will book for him. He said, I want to give a talk for 1 hour and meet your faculty members. That's all. So the talk was for 1 hour. The photography session was 2 hours. Okay. Going up the stairs, also selfie. Going down the stairs, also. And my current lead took a photo and then posted, hair and all 2018. Hair and all. They were very happy with the session. A very nice guy to talk to. He's still very active, writing papers until the day. Okay. So if you have an opportunity to meet him, try attending his workshop. This is my PhD student, Jasmine. She has been with me from undergraduate, 4 years undergraduate. Then she couldn't get a job, right? I said, why not you continue your master's? Then 2 years MBA. There's still no job. I said, why not you do your PhD? 4 years PhD. And there's still no job, right? I said, why not you become my postdoc? 3 years she was my postdoc. So 13 years she was working with me. Now she's my colleague in the department. Okay. They also don't like her. They say like father, like daughter. The father is very strict, right? The daughter is also very strict. She's one of the strict lecturers in my school. Many people complain. We can see the training. This is also my PhD student. His name is Ali Wafai. So for those who want to publish, you can look at his Google Scholar. He has very, very, very good publication. Very, very smart guy. He's an Iranian, but he married to a local Malaysian girl. So he's now working in Graduate School of Business. He's in technology management, business analytics, those kind of topics. You can look at many of his MBA students' papers published in SFCI, Q1, Q2. Okay. MBA student, hello, not PhD, right? PhD must be atas sikit, kan? You have to try lah. There's a structure for papers, right? You can look at papers published by people like them and see how you can structure your own papers. Okay. Now we have lots of resources for that. So try looking at the website. Okay. So and in 2013 I went back to US again to meet these two guys. This is the tag team duo. Previously we have Darren and Kenny, right? So these two guys criticized Darren and Kenny. So I want to know why they criticized my idol. We were all Darren and Kenny, right? Suddenly you see a literature criticizing Darren and Kenny. You want to know lah. So but when you go to workshop like this, you can see the way they command the class. This guy is really fiery. This is the workshop I attended, paying 1,695 US. Okay, 60 people attended. So that 5-day workshop, they already collected 100,000 US. Okay. This guy is really fiery. The way he dressed, very simple, right? This is the pagoda t-shirt, you know? Pagoda t-shirt, very famous, right? Okay. And then the jeans, right? And the jeans are torn in the knee. He comes very casual, but when he speaks, he can really hold the audience. This guy, he really doesn't like Darren Kanila. Can you see? This guy is a nicer guy. Can you see? You see the contrast? Very formal, very informal. This guy doesn't believe in theory. He doesn't believe in theory. This guy does structural equation modeling. So, you see how close he is to me? First time I'm meeting him, it's like a good friend. This guy does a gap, right? Can you see? You can see, right? This guy is a bit more arrogant. So he was telling me, Richard was telling me, I don't know how I work with this guy. Because this guy doesn't believe in theory. So if you see his macro call process. How many of you are familiar with this? No? This is an add-on to SPSS. Previously, if you want to do moderated mediation, you need the process, right? Okay. He developed the tool. So that's why I went in 2013 to learn this process. Okay. And what he does is he has a data, he runs the data. So the arrow can go anywhere. If you are doing theory research, you need to follow the theory, remember? But his one, the arrow can go anywhere. I mean, his motto is let the data tell the story. He only uses SPSS, not structural equation ones. Yeah? So I asked him a question. When you do SPSS, we take averages, right? 5 items, we take the average. Is that a problem? I asked him. His reply is, I don't care. I'm still publishing the top journals in the world. That's how arrogant he was. But it's correct. Papers get published not because of your analysis. Papers get published because of your idea. You must have a good idea. You package with the analysis, then the paper will say. But many people think because I use SEM, I get published. You try and see. It's not about SEM only. You must have an idea. You must put the idea with the analysis. Okay? So that is what he was saying. This guy uses SEM. Okay? So he also runs analysis like multi-level. Anybody doing multi-level? Multi-level means you want to study organization and individual in the same study. Yeah? All same level. We are all single level. Single level means you study individual, organization. Multi-level means you are studying organization with the individual. The numbers are not the same. Most of the software we have cannot handle that. We have software like each other.
That means IB is the individual, DB is the organization.
Can. IB is organization, mediator is individual, dependent individual. Can. Okay. We can do that, but we have other software. So that's why we need to understand a bit of data collection also. Okay. So I will share this. Now, unlike the stomachs, the brain doesn't alert you anything. Okay. So for modeling in quantitative research, we use this process called deductive modeling, right? Are you familiar with it? How many thinking process we have? Deductive, inductive, and there's one more. Okay, welcome to Malaysia. In Malaysia, it's either quantitative or qualitative, right? We have another one called mixed method, right? It is called abductive. Abductive. Okay. Deductive is quantitative.
Yes.
Inductive is qualitative. In the middle is abductive. You move forward and backward. So in the folder that I shared with you, you have a very good paper by Wilkins. Okay. Wilkins. He talks about these three processes. Very nice diagram he has. And he also talks about philosophy. When you do research, you need a philosophy, right? Are you familiar with philosophy?
Yes.
Paradigm. Research paradigm. Positivism, interpretivism, pragmatism, right? These are the main ones. So those who are quantitative, we are actually positivists. That means everything can be answered with data. The qualitative paper says, no, we need to do in-depth study. So that's the other end. Okay? So this is the philosophy, the way you view the world. Okay? So for those who are doing quantitative, they start with a theory. That's why when you go for proposal defense, they will ask you, what is your underpinning theory? Terus pening, kan? Underpinning theory, kan? Do you realize that? You need to understand the process. If you are doing quantitative, the first question any reviewer will ask, what is your theory? How does your theory drive your model? That's the first question. Yeah?
How many are there?
There are many. Yeah? So one of the first tasks I give to my PhD student is go and read on the theory. Okay. We always begin with the dependent variable or the problem at hand. Let's say you want to study organizational performance. Your dependent variable is performance, right? Go and look at literature to study performance. What kind of theories they have used? There are many. Now you have to make a choice, because you cannot be studying all theories. So you make a choice based on the theory. Once you have the theory, then only we have a term called research gap. Are you familiar with research gap? How many research gaps are there?
22 gaps.
The question was how many? Seven. There's a guy called Miles. Okay, this guy called Miles, he has a very nice 7 gap diagram. Each of them address different things. Some of them may overlap. For those who are doing PhD, the most important gap is your theoretical gap. Okay? So those are things you need to understand. So from here, after you have the theory, you need to develop your research model here, right? Then only you develop hypothesis, collect data, analyze, and you stop here, right? Okay. If you stop here, you are doing quantitative. We call them mono method, one method. Okay. We can also continue from here. There are some hypotheses not supported, right? We want to understand better. We do next phase. We do qualitative. Quantitative says it's supposed to be significant. Now we do qualitative to understand why it is not significant. Now we have a better understanding, right? Mixed method, you must mix that. We also have many ajaran sesat in Malaysia. They do research question 1 quantitative, research question 2 qualitative, and then they claim they are doing mixed method. Hello, where did you mix? You must mix them. You must have a research question for the mixed method. Okay. So you can try. There's a guy called Venkatesh. Do you know? Viswanath Venkatesh. He's like the god in technology adoption. He comes very often to Sunway and Monash. You should attend his workshop. Really, really good speaker. He explained this. He's actually a quantitative researcher, but now they are moving to mixed method. Okay. So these are some of the debates you have. Okay. After we have done this, what will happen is these are the variables you have in your research model, right? Independent, dependent, moderating, mediating. You must understand when you introduce moderator, when you introduce mediator. That's the basic understanding. So let's say we start with a research model. This is the three variables I have in my model. Can I test this model? Yes, can we test this model? Don't try too long. The picture will change. You have to quickly make a decision. Can we test this model? Why? Okay. This is the understanding. This you cannot test. This we call them theoretical. Okay. So we have a theory called theory of reason action, right? Which tells you we have three variables. This is the theory. You need to bring this theory to empirical level. Okay. So yeah. You see, contra A and contra B, right? This is at a theoretical level. So sometimes you see papers, they put a P1, P2, P3. You know why? In some papers, they will tell you P1, P2. In some papers, it's H1, H2. Do you know the difference?
Proposition.
That one you already know lah because I already explained about okay. This P1, P2 is when they are writing conceptual paper. They are not going to test. Okay, they write P1, P2, P3. Yeah. But if you are testing, you have collecting data and analyzing the data, it becomes H1, H2. Okay. Many years ago, we were writing the null. Now no longer the null. Except for education school, they're still writing null. I always ask questions. They say our school works like that. The rest of the world don't. Only our world. How come? Everybody's using alternate, right? In the papers that you read, they write H1, H2, H3, right? They are all alternate. Because you are testing the alternate, not the null. Null is always equals to. Okay? Always equal to. So this is your conceptual level. We bring them down to the empirical level. This is where we will measure them. Then we call them hypothesis. Okay. So from here to here, there's a gap, right? Yeah, what is this gap called? Repeat the question now. This is the conceptual level, right? This is your empirical level, right? There's a gap here. Huh? What is this gap for? When you do this all the time. You do this all the time. Right? It is called validity reliability. Validity reliability. Huh? Okay. Like this. Huh? What we want to measure is this, right? Attitude, right? Okay. This is a abstract variable you have in your mind. Huh? Now you need to measure that. So I measure them with these items, right? 4 items. How do you know the items are okay? That is why we have a step called validity reliability. If the measurement is very close to the actual, then the gap will be very small. If not, the gap will be very big. That is why we are doing this step called validity reliability. Okay. Why this item sometimes doesn't work very well? So when we run this analysis, we will have an arrow here, right? This is called loading. Okay. Let's say you have a loading 0.5. Huh? Why is this loading 0.5? After you collect the data, right? Most of these items are coming from somewhere. Eh? They have already tested many times, works, right? But in your study, you get a loading of 0.4, 0.3. Why is it happen? Okay. When you collect the data, okay, let's say we have this variable, we have 3 items, right? This one we already took from some software which is working very well. Huh? And then you get a 0.9 here, 0.8 here, 0.2 here. What will you do with this? You delete that. Come to Malaysia here. Huh? You're no longer thinking, right? That is the training. That was the training. No good. Training, no good. Okay? You're not thinking anymore. Now you're using numbers, right? Less than 0.5, no good. More than 0.5, good. Sejak bila? Huh? Since when are we learning like that? Huh? It doesn't work like that. Huh? You need to understand first. Huh? Why this is 0.3? These 2 items works well, right? This item is not working well. Why is it not working well? Respondent didn't understand the question. Okay, very smart guy, huh? Many people don't, no? Okay. They do this mechanically, I said. Many students are doing things mechanically. You don't even understand what they're doing, no? Okay, that's not good. The reason why this is not working very well is the error becomes bigger. The error is big because respondent didn't understand. Not 1, 2, many. Do you realize you do pilot test, pre-test, whatever test, right? Why are you doing that? Because my supervisor asked me to. Because all my friends also do. I so do lah. The reason why you do your pilot test, pre-test is to see this comprehension. Okay? So that respondent understand your question. If the respondent understood your question, it will work very well. This instrument already tested 1,000 times. Huh? Do you realize that? It is not 1 time, 2 times. Huh? They have tested many times. It should work the same. Only problem is the wording. Because it was originally developed in English. Okay? That's why we have a term called back-to-back translation. By a guy called Brisley. Huh? You need to do, one person translate the question, another person back translate, and see whether the meaning changed. Okay? So that is why this is not working. Huh? Okay. So here we will have an error, right? Okay. If this loading goes down, this one goes up. That means the item is not working there. Okay. So that is why we need to understand the process. Huh? Okay. So when you do scales, right? Previously we haven't adopted and adapted, correct? And now the term has changed. They call it validated and improvised. This is the latest term. What is meant by validated scale is the scale has been developed using a process. So you can use it without thinking. Okay? That's a process of development. The second one is not very good. This one is called improvised scale. The author has published a paper, but they reduce the number of items. There is no process involved. Okay? And then you take the item. The understanding is as long as the paper is published, we can take directly, correct? Itulah training was like that, okay? But it's not correct. Huh? What is happening now is original item is 15. They take only 3, yeah? You didn't even go back to the original, right? But you cite the original. I should become your examiner. Huh? I will go and check. That's the role of an examiner, huh? To look at the source. If your measurement items are no good, your whole model will fail. Okay?
How to ensure measurement item is correct in the first place?
Now, first you have to go to the original. Huh? Okay? Let's say the original has, like I give you an example. Huh? We have an instrument called Job Descriptive Index. Hulin et al. 72 items. Original. Huh? I used it in my MBA thesis in 1997. Sent out 1,500 questionnaire, came back only 139. This is one variable, 72 items. Now in 2006, they have reduced from 72 to 25. Okay? You should be using the shorter version. Okay? That's why we need to know the development of the scales. Okay. You must also understand in 1970s, 1980s, the software was not very powerful. We need longer questionnaire to get reliability. You know Chromebook Alpha, right? Are you still using Chromebook Alpha? Let Chromebook rest in peace. We already have papers written on this. Thank you, coefficient alpha. We will take it from here. Telling alpha to rest in peace. Okay. In SPSS now we have a better reliability value called McDonald's Omega. Version 27, 28, and 29. This has a new reliability called McDonald's Omega, which is better than Alpha. Okay. We have already moved.
Regarding your questions about I see that formula was related to use of material. And you mentioned that you use some complicated measurement scale. Let's say P, there's 5 items scale measuring. Okay, should I refer to measurement techniques or other researchers in the
No, most researchers use the same. Only thing they change the context. Let's say earlier was mobile internet. Now they are looking at AI. But they only change the AI. The other items are the same.
So that means the 5-item measurement scale I still need to follow when
because the operational definition as an operational definition, remember? It will tie back to the measurement. Okay? So like this, like this, right? You see, I have for my PhD student, this is the task. They have to do this for me, and I will go and download the article and read whether it makes sense. Okay, see here. These are the items from this source, right? Okay, and then this variable is from this source. This variable is from this source. Yeah.
So Prof, whose rule is that whenever it is, we have to take all the items from the original picture, isn't it?
Yes.
So how let's say one contract, some have 6 items, some have 5 items. So they say, for example, what we say that open cottage, let's say this one we have 7. So we need to take all the 7.
Yes. We don't have rojak custom bowl. Okay. I see people doing that. One instrument got 3 names. I'm very happy. One instrument, one source. Like this. Okay. Because this person has a definition. The definition follows the measurement. Okay. You understand? Like, okay, I give you an example. We have a variable called organizational commitment. Okay. There are 2 different definitions. One definition is from Modi. He has 15 items to measure the variable. No dimensions. His definition says, I have only 1 variable. Whereas another source called Allen and Mayer, they have 3 dimensions. Normative commitment, effective commitment, continuous commitment. So if you have to use these 3 dimensions, you take this source. If you have to use one, you take this. So the same variable has different measurement. Which one you have to use is up to you. Your variable is still the same, organizational commitment. So that's why we need to know the scale first. First, we develop the model. In your model, you have variables, remember? To measure the variable, we have reflective, formative, we have unidimensional, multidimensional. You need to go and search in the literature how others have measured. If you want to measure multi-dimension, also you can. You want to measure unidimension, also you can. Your variable is still the same. But if you have multi-dimensional, item goes up. Number of items goes up. That's why I prefer unidimensional. Okay? So I give them this questionnaire. Even my undergraduate students, they have to use the questionnaire like this. Okay.
Can you send example?
Yeah. I actually do this in my research class. We have a folder for sample, cover letter, questionnaire, and so on. What they can do is just use it, copy and paste. And change the scale of it.
To me.
Yeah, this, I always have in my research class, so I can give you this. Okay, so this is one way of doing things. Okay, so next we want to look at structural equation modeling. For structural equation modeling, the other problem we have is the theory part. I see many people having problems with the theory here. Okay, you have to first know what are the theories others have used to study the same phenomenon. Okay, then only you decide which theory you want to use based on your context. Okay, so in the materials I gave you, right? You can copy it from here. The materials, Okay, the materials I gave you. Okay, this is the materials I gave you. The first folder is the data set. Once we start the hands-on, the data comes from this folder called data set. Okay, later don't ask me where is the data. I will throw bottle at you.
Well, the what you call it, the pen drive that you give to me, the content is the same as the one that we have downloaded.
Same. If you already have, no need.
Okay.
The ones who don't have, you can copy from the pen drive. Okay, you will have 10 folders and 8 files separate, right? Okay. The first folder is your data set. Okay. When we start the hands-on, the data is in that folder. So we need to attach the data file to the software. So we will go to the first folder. Okay. We can use SPSS file. We can also use Excel file. We can also use CSV file. All file SmartPLS can read now. Okay, that's the folder. Okay, number 2 folder is the slides. You guys, the slides I'm sharing. Maybe some of it change because every time I do, so I change some of the slides. But most of the slides are there. So no need to take photo. Just listen. The slides are already there. Every time I do webinar, can we get the slide? Can we get the slide? I said, you attend webinar to listen, not the slide. Okay. Power is in the point, not the point, the PowerPoint. Okay, so listen. So this is the folder that I have all the slides. Exercise also is in the folder. Okay. So the third one is called Excel template. When we do moderation analysis, we need to do interaction plot. There are 2 Excel files. That is for interaction plot. Okay, number 4 is the most important folder. This is a folder for reference article. So you have 565 papers for your reading pleasure. So there is no reason for you to say I don't have an article. All the articles are already there. At the bottom you see lots of 2026. You already have lots of paper in 2026. Okay, since you are all very busy people, right? Okay, so you can start with this guy. This guy called Agvinis. He has really good papers. I already repeated 5 times. If you have not started reading his papers, something is very wrong with your supervisors also. They should recommend you these people. Really good papers. For moderation, mediation, control variable, everything he has a paper. Outliers. Okay, so just focus on this author. Okay, this is from the US. He's now the president of Academy of Management. Herman Agvinis, his name. Okay, his study is in HROB, and he publishes in a journal called Organization Research Method, which is like the flagship journal for methodology. Okay, so follow him. Okay, in Malaysia, we have also a guy you can follow. His name is Lin Wang Ma. No? There's one guy. Lin Wang Ma. Across the road, no? Okay, the other side, right? Sunway, yeah? He has very, very good publication, no? Especially in systematic literature review. Okay. These are some of the papers you can look at. He's writing a lot of methodological guidance also now. Theory, there's a theory paper in 2026 he has written, so you can look at his paper. These are two authors I would recommend you to look at for some guidance. Okay. But you have to explore this folder. There are lots of them. Okay, the other folder we have is G power. Later when we do the sample size calculation, I show you how to use G power. Okay. I also have a folder which is called Ramayana articles. These are the papers I've written over the years for PLS, MOS and regression. The top part. 2024 is empty. I didn't have time to do. But 2025 is already there. Okay, so at the bottom here we have some editorials. These are very good for writing your chapter number 3. Okay, 2017 we started writing about misconception. Then we wrote about deviation, moderation, sample size. Sample size has more than 2,000 citations. That means 2,000 people have referred to the sample size calculation. We also have this common method variance. Control variables. This is also a good paper for us to look at. Control variables. How to use control variables in your own study. This is the guideline. And then we wrote about common method variance. This one also you need to read carefully, because most of you are doing a single source study. That means your independent variable, mediator variable, dependent variable all come from the same questionnaire. You live happily so far. After this, you cannot live happy anymore. In top journals, they just reject that kind of data collection. Okay? In top journals, I'm also suffering from that because I also was trained by people who trained you. So we are in the same boat. Okay? But now I'm trying to change with my PhD student. That is called common method validation. So the next, we are actually now final.
Yeah. It's not about the level analysis pertaining individual organization.
In the same study.
But the individual in the organization must stay with the organization itself.
No, the manager answer one variable, the employees answer other variable. Okay, 2 levels. Okay. One firm, one manager only answer. Okay, but the employees can be 5 or 6.
If there is a lot of firm, how the need doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You can have 50 companies, right? But employee can be 300, 400. Okay, but you need to code which employee comes from which company.
Oh.
They have a coding, right? What company they come.
Demographic profile, make sure that
Yeah. You must do the matching lah. That one they have to do. Later I will explain the data collection.
In this case, do you still consider that as a multi-level?
Yes, multi-level.
Even though both are individual?
No. This is organization. Let's say like leadership style. The leader will answer, but the commitment, satisfaction, employees answer. So we have 2 levels, right? But what we are doing now is we take this, we bring it up here. That means employee will rate the leadership style of the leader. They will rate their own commitment, satisfaction, right? That's single level. Okay. So I also was trained like that.
Would the same applies for internal and external? Let's say for instance, your consumer and that of merchant.
Can. But only thing you need to do the matching. So the number for the company will be less than the number for individual, right? So most of the software we have cannot run because the numbers are not the same. Okay, but that software like hierarchical linear modeling, they will do the aggregation for you. You need to have a column called company. Employees come from which company, and then they can do the aggregation. First, okay, let's say 5 employees answer from the company, right? They will do a correlation between the scores. They must agree. If not, cannot take a aggregate. In the SPSS, we call it ICC. intra-class correlation. That one the software can do. But
You mean only SPS you can do it, not the SmartPLS, right?
no, SPSS also cannot do. There's another software called HL. Hierarchical linear modeling. There's 2% in Malaysia who does this kind of analysis. One is in University Malaya. His name is Awang Idris. Awang Idris. Another lady is Sharon from UMS. Both of them were trained by the same supervisor from Australia. Her name is Maureen Dolan. Maureen Dolan. Okay. I actually attended the workshop with Awang, but he's not a very good instructor. Cannot explain. Everything you ask, he said, just follow. I cannot. I want to understand, right?
So is that the software that you're talking about?
Yeah,
It's a software.
It's a software. We have two software. One is SmartPLS. The other one is called ML videos, multi-level videos. These are two software that you can do multi-level analysis. Okay. I'm also not very good. I can to understand, but since the person cannot explain, I forgot about this. So you can look at this. Later I can show you how the data is collected. Okay, so these are the editorials you can read on certain issues. We are now currently finalizing editorial for 2026 on moderated mediation. Anybody doing that? Moderated mediation. Like this, moderated mediation is when you have like this. And then you have a moderator. Okay? Like this. So when you do this, many students are actually cheating. How they cheat is like this. They run mediation here. And then you run moderation between there, right? But you now have a moderated mediation. You need to check the mediation at the low level of the moderator, at the average level of the moderator, and the high level of the moderator. Previously, we can only do this with process. But now we can do with SmartPLS. It already has. So these are changes. If you see articles published, especially articles from Pakistan, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, you need to read with caution. Because they will say a lot of things, but they actually don't do. Many of the papers claim to do moderated mediation, they are not doing, but they publish. Now, my China students are coming to me saying, how come this person published this paper? The analysis is incorrect. I say, not that. Now they actually understanding better. So, if you have a moderator and a mediator, you need another hypothesis called moderated mediation. I will show you a thesis you can look at. Okay, so that's one of the things. So that's the next one.
Previously, if the analysis of moderator and mediator consider is moderating mediating.
No, this one you are doing mediation. You are doing mediation and moderation separately.
Yeah.
So where is the moderated mediation? It's not. It is not. Okay. So this is something developing in the literature. So when you do this kind of analysis, we need to analyze the conditional mediation. Okay, conditional mediation. We can also, anybody doing this? Anybody doing a model like this? No. So this is called moderated moderation. We can still analyze. Okay. Those are developments. But these are more complicated analysis. So you can look at this editorial. Okay. Then for ebooks, you have all the ebooks you want. This is the first three is the ebooks related to SmartPLS. But the software is still SmartPLS 3. Primer 1, Primer 2, Primer 3. Read 1 before you read 2, then 3. There's a migration. You are smiling. That means you are not read the first one. Better go read the first one. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Because some of the materials from 1 they remove and they write the 2. They remove some materials in the 3. So you need to have a flow, right? Okay. So 1, 2, 3. These are all for basic. This is for advanced. If you want to do multi-group analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, the advanced. Those are the two. But before you read any of this book, you must read this book. Hair et al. 2019 multivariate data. This is like the Bible. Okay, this one. Especially the chapter on multiple regression. When you are doing structural equation modeling, you are not doing rocket science. Hello, you are still doing multiple regression. Whatever you learn in SPSS, it still applies. But suddenly overnight, you forgot all the assumptions. When you do SmartPLS, you don't test any assumption, right? How did you pass? Huh?
We are doing PLS again, partial only.
No. It doesn't matter. Huh? Your analysis is still multiple regression.
Yeah.
Okay? Multiple regression has assumptions which are more serious. Some you can ignore. Huh? The serious one is like outliers, multi-collinearity, okay? Multivariate normality. These are all important issues. Huh? So now in SPSS also, if your data is not multivariate normal, you can run regression with bootstrapping. Do you know?
SPSS.
Yes, SPSS 26 already one. Huh? There's a button called bootstrapping. Huh? So if you run regression, you click the bootstrapping, they will run your regression with bootstrapping, like what you do in SmartPLS. Okay. So they have already incorporated bootstrapping. So you should also need to understand that. Huh? So the assumptions still need to test. For example, I have a PhD student from China. She collected data from a website called Wenchuanxing. Do you know? Wenchuanxing. You pay and then you collect. Huh? There's two versions. Huh? One is the free version. The other one is the paid version. Huh? She paid 5,000 ringgit, collected data. Huh? Very fast you get the data. Huh? But when we start analyzing the data, many of the relationships didn't work. Okay. Okay. So luckily she had a supervisor like me, post-supervisor, right? 2 hours we set, we clean all the outliers, result became better. And cleaning the outliers, you have to go back to SPSS. SmartPLS cannot help you. Okay? So you need to know some combination of software. Because outliers, once you remove, your result changes. R square will go up, beta value becomes stronger. These are people who are not reading, they're just masking. You need to remove that. Okay? These are things you learn in SPSS. So if you have learned SPSS many years ago, the more mature one, I don't say older one, the mature one, right? You learn your SPSS correctly. Step 1, step 2, all the assumptions, right? Now you can apply that. Huh? The younger ones, they don't learn SPSS. Straight away they jump to SEM.
Prof, a lot of this assumption enables management of the assumption.
Yeah, because everybody thought SmartPLS is too smart. No? You become too smart. Yeah? But you are still doing regression. EMOS also you are doing regression. Yes. PLS also you are doing regression. Basic understanding is multiple regression. Must understand that. No? Okay. If not, you will have this problem. Huh? Okay. Let's say you run your analysis and you have multi-collinearity problem. Two variables highly correlated. What will happen? Both become not significant. And you say not significant. Hello. Which is incorrect. Remember? That's why we need to have this assumption tested. You have outliers, you remove outliers, result which were not significant become significant. So you should do that. So that's why assumptions are important. So this book is really good. Especially the chapter 1, chapter 2 and the multiple regression. Okay? You already have a book. So there's no reason for you to say you don't have a book. I actually buy the hard copy book. I'm old school. I want to have reading material, right? So what I do is sometimes I print out one chapter. When I'm waiting for flight, I read. So you kill some time by reading also. So try to do that. Okay. I have also given you some books on theory. Here at the bottom. Theory book. This one, they summarize some of the theories you can use. Like somebody was asking me how many theories, right? You can look here. There's a book called theory book, right? This one summarizes 40 theories in organizational level analysis. Okay, 40 theories. Then you can pick whichever one. This.
Bro, regarding theory, some of the model can be explained within theory, and there's a lot of sometimes there's argument between the examiner and the student also. you feel that the theory is correct, then the examiner will ask, no, I want this theory is not correct. So how to overcome this
No,
issue?
okay, so I'll show you this one. Okay, now we go to this folder for thesis. So to answer Captain's question, this is my favorite thesis, number 2. Now follow thesis. Can you open the follow thesis? Okay, this is actually from Brunel University. And what I really like is this, which many people don't do. Right? You jump into the theory directly. I have this magic theory. I don't know where it came from, but I think it's correct. It doesn't work like that. No? You see one whole chapter on theory, and he explains what are the limitations with each of the theory. Then you make a choice. Okay. This was a thesis written in 2009. But in 2011, we have another theory called technology continuous theory. 2012, we had another theory called UTA, UT2. It's not there. But if you are doing now, you should have them, right? These are the options. Okay. Some of the theories are too complex, too many variables. That's why UTA, UT2, nobody wants to use. Too many variables. Okay. The one very popular is TAM, right? Because it's very parsimonious. But the problem with TAM is over research. No journal will publish TAM. I was doing this 25 years ago. Technology acceptance model. Very difficult to find a contribution. There are thousands and thousands of papers already. To find the gap is very difficult. So look at more emerging theories. Okay? There are many. Okay? So this is an example of theory discussion. Can you see? This is what I ask my student to do first. Show me the theories you know for this particular. This is theories related to technology adoption. Okay? My dependent variable can be intention of use of technology. These are the theories people have used. Another way is when you do literature review, you can see what are the popular theories many people have used. Then you can see which are the ones you can use. Okay? Or else you can look at. So this is the theory part. Okay, for PLS thesis, you can look at number 0A, 0B, and 0C, and 0D. These are all PLS thesis written by my PhD student. Okay, number 0 has a very comprehensive chapter number 4. Very comprehensive chapter number 4. Screening, cleaning, assumption, all has. Okay. Number 0A. This was 2020. But this is a very good thesis that you will never see. Very, very, very good right now. She even has the latest development called robustness test, which nobody does. In my department, she is the first. This girl is working in the government, and when she graduated, she had 3 papers in SCIQ1, 2 papers in Scopus, and she's a government servant. 5 papers from one student. Very good. Okay, this thesis is the latest one, 2025. Moderated mediation. You can see the hypothesis for moderated mediation and how to report the analysis. This is the first one. None of our students have done moderated mediation. Even if they do, they don't report moderated mediation happen. So this is the first one.
Just now you mentioned that town is very difficult to.
Contribution is very difficult because if you come into journal, the editors will say another paper in 10. That's why I stopped doing 10.
Oh, it's not. So what about one of the constructs like EU and TU is quite related to TPV?
No, not the same. TPV has attitude, subjective norm, and perseverance control, right? Okay. Whereas technology adoption has PU and PE. But we also have other variations. Start looking at the variation. So here they give you all the theories. Okay, for gap, research gap, I can show you this thesis very good. This is a thesis that I examined in Australia. The supervisor Google search my name on here.
Which one?
Number 1. enter schedule. Okay. She draw a gap like this. You write 15 pages, 20 pages, I still cannot find your gap, no? I read 20 pages, cannot find. Where is the gap? No? This one very clear, right? Alright. Most of my students do this. Huh? Here she has 4 gaps. Huh? Actually, these 2 are the same gaps. Okay. These 2 are the same. Huh? This one is little is known about the antecedents of moral disengagement. This is what we call as the knowledge gap. Okay. Understand? Then these 2, they are called population gap. Contextual gap. No? People study in the West, not in Malaysia, or in China, or in whatever country. It's a contextual gap.
Do we need to bring the gaps to hypothesis development?
No, your gap is to identify your contribution. Because of this gap, I introduce some variable. Okay, this one. Okay. Like this one. Moral disengagement in organizational context is fine. What they are saying is, most of these studies are individual level. I want to focus on organization. Okay. But number 1, number 2, number 3, they are not the main actors. They are actually supporting actor and actresses. You don't get a PhD for 1, 2, 3. You get PhD for this one. Okay. Number 4. Very clear, right? Already passed. But I wrote a 15-page report for her. That's why I don't get to become examiner in Malaysia.
Prof, some of the people try to use, try to interpret ID as an independent, is it correct?
I mean a sentence.
I mean, is it considered as the independent? If the topic is that independent or what, but the one is ID, is it correct?
Can. Antecedents are ID lah. Antecedents are actually IB. So it's still okay. But your contribution is, you have these gaps. What are the things you add new to the model? Some variable you are adding to the model. That is what we consider as contribution. How big, how small, the examiner will decide. Okay? That's why I like this one. Very nice. The gap. This I think this guy called Mark. I'm not sure whether I have it here. This one. So if you have not seen this, I am very surprised. Very nice diagram, right? So that's 9 tahun. Here's 2 papers very interesting. One on research gap, the other one on problem statement. You can search his name, Miles. These are 2 papers I would recommend you to read. Okay, and then if you don't have SmartPLS, this is where you install. Dr. Jasmine will share the license key. Okay, and then for those who want to publish, I've given you the 1 to 7 is SNCI, SCI, right? JCR. Journal citation record. They give you the Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Journal in different areas. So depending on your area. My area is information system, right? So if you open this, you'll see the top journals in information system. Okay? If you go to the first one, is the first one is the full list. 21,000 journals, I think. The first one. Okay. This one is extracted according to the category. Let's say you're in business, there are certain journals. If you are in information system, different journals. Education, we have another list, right? We can look at that. And then we have the scopus. Okay, this scopus, you have to be careful. We have lots of journals in scopus, they are already removed. So every 1 or 2 months, they will update the list. Okay, so the current one is December. I just updated yesterday. It's December 2025, right? This one will tell you which are the journals newly added. For those who are starting out, you want to look for the newly added journal. Okay, they just added. This will work for another 1 year. The one they remove also there. Okay, I like it. So I show you. This is the updated December list. So if you look at this, this is a full list, okay, and then the full list will be here, right? Okay. These are accepted titles in December. That means newly added journals in December. Okay, so the next 1 year it will be there. They will be valid for 1 year, right? Okay. And then we have the discontinued titles. These were originally in Scopus, now they already removed. Okay. So when you submit the paper to the journal, the requirement is when the paper is published, the journal should still be indexed in Scopus. We have many cases they thought they can graduate, they cannot graduate. Because when they got accepted, it was in Scopus, but when they published, it was not in Scopus anymore. See here they have a volume number, can you see? If you publish in this journal, volume number 25, issue number 6, you can graduate. If you publish in 25, issue number 7, you cannot graduate. Okay? That's why we need to know this. The last volume or issue that they are indexed in Scopus. Okay? In Malaysia, we have a very big publisher, all their journals got removed. Do you know? And there's one publisher, forgot the name. We are familiar with SmartPLS. This publisher. The guy is running a workshop, 2,000 over engaged. The paper will be published in Scopus, right? All their journals got it. So now if you want to submit, please think. SmartPLS, they have many journals, right? Engineering business, all of them this one thing. Okay, 2026, some 2025, some 2026. This is what is happening with Scopus. Okay, if you target journals which are in Emerald, Elsevier, they are quite safe. These are independent publishers. So look at this list before you submit. They are already in. But what happens is in the website they still put Scopus. But they are no longer in Scopus. So look at this list. Okay. In USM we also accept a list called ERA, which is 2018. Do you accept ERA? Yes. In UITM they already banned. No, since January last year, we publish in ERA cannot already. USM still accept. And then we have the last one for my side. In USM, for a PhD student, you must have one paper in Web of Science, Scopus, or ERA, or 2 papers in my side. Then only you can graduate. That's the requirement for publication. No?
Must publish or accepted?
Accepted can. No? Accepted can. No? As long as you have a letter. So that's okay. So those are the things you have. This one we will do when we come to the hands-on. Okay. If you have a question, you can stop me and ask. As we go along. Okay, for structural equation modeling, we have two variables x and y, and then we want to measure x with x1 and x2. We want to measure y with y1 and y2. So when we do the difference between first generation, we have first generation analysis and second generation analysis. Okay, many people write this. You see here I've given you this one. Many people write this in the chapter number 3. I use SEM because second generation analysis. Then I ask them a question. What do you mean by second generation? The answer is second generation law. They actually don't know what they are writing. They just copy and paste from somewhere. You need to understand what is the difference between first and second generation. The difference is like this. When we do analysis like this. Okay. When we do factor analysis in first generation analysis, this is the variable I have, job satisfaction and commitment. I have 3 items to measure this variable. I have 3 items to measure this variable, right? Okay. So when we run this analysis in SPSS, okay, we run like this, right? If you get them like this and like this, it's very good, right? The loadings are very nice. But usually you don't get like this. Huh? What will happen is two items are here, this one item is going here, these two items are here, one item is going there. These are called cross-loading, right? This is what we call rojak function go in Penang. Huh? If you are familiar with EFA, okay. Then the question is, why is it called exploratory factor analysis?
You don't know the component.
But when you write chapter number 3, right? You write, I don't know yet. No? Later I go to chapter 4 and I decide. You don't, right? Chapter 3 you write, right? This variable 3 items, this variable 4 items. Then you go to chapter 4, you have temporary amnesia. You forget, no? Let the software tell you. Okay, the software doesn't know theory. Yeah? This is the problem I find in Malaysia. Many people are doing things without even thinking. The person teaching us also don't think. They say, you must do this, right? Okay. When you do this, the software doesn't know which item measures which construct. The software only know correlation, which is statistics, not theory. Yeah? Okay. So what they do is items which are correlated become one, items which are not correlated to go to another way. But you already know which item belongs to which construct, right? But in SPSS, we cannot tell that. That is the difference between EFA and CFA. When we move to CFA, you're telling the system, right? These are the 3 items to measure this variable. These are the 3 items to measure this variable. I want to know whether it works or not. So the item will remain with the construct or get deleted. That's it. It will not cross-load. And that's why we call them CFA. We can only do CFA with SCM. Cannot do with SPSS. SPSS, if you want to do CFA, you can do variable by variable. Not all variables together. So that's the first difference. Huh? Okay, the second difference is when we do calculation, okay, this is the variable with 3 items. In SPSS, we have a variable called job satisfaction and commitment, right? How do you get this variable? These are the 3 items you collect, right? In your questionnaire, you have 3 items, you have 3 items. How do you get a score here? And this one you don't have yet, right? This one you don't have yet. Okay? How do you get this score?
Mean.
Okay. You have a function called transform compute. Okay? You can take the sum, you can take the average. Okay? So when you do this score, they are called summated score. Okay? You take the average and you say this variable has no measurement error. But when you do measurement, there will always be measurement error. There are 4 sources of measurement error. Number 1 is the respondent. How do you address this respondent error? Your research method classes, right? You attend. What topic covers respondent error? Which topic? Which topic addresses respondent error? Oh, you cannot relate, right? That's a problem. Huh? We learn research method separately. Now we are doing research, right? We don't know how to tie that. Okay, respondent error is covered in a topic called sampling. Sampling, remember? Your population. This is my population. Then how I will select. That will cover people who are suitable for your study.
Yes.
Okay, that's sampling. Huh? Okay, number 2 is called instrument error. Instrument error, you have a topic called questionnaire design. Remember? Validity, reliability, those kind of things. Those topics are coming back to haunt you. Huh? Remember your questionnaire design? You have leading question, loaded question, double barrel question. You learn there. Now you have to evaluate. When you look at the item, right? Does the item look like loaded question? That means the question has some leading statement, like because the Prime Minister likes this, we need to use it. Okay? So that kind of leading question should not be there. We also have a double barrel, right? You have 2 in 1. Is the sales and profit of the company higher this year compared to last year? We have 2 different concepts, right? Sales can be high, but profit can be low. Cannot be in 1. Those are called double barrel questions. That is addressed in the topic called questionnaire design. But when you do your research, you are not designing your questionnaire, but you are taking questionnaire from somewhere, right? You need to know this before you can evaluate the item. That's why they teach you that in the class. Okay? Number 3 is called enumerator. When you use data collection, you use enumerator to collect the data. You need to train them. Okay? The way they dress, the way they introduce. In Malaysia, you know, right? When the questionnaire has a government logo, is important. No logo, not important. And the person dressed with the tie, suit, all, this is important. No? You wear slipper only, not important. No? Just tick. Yeah? Do you realize that? The way the person asking the question dress also will influence the way you answer. If you give token without token, also different, right? Those are issues you need to handle with that. And the last one is the situation, or when and where you collected the data. When you collected the data during pandemic, the result may be because of that pandemic. That one we cannot control. Number one, number two, respondent error and instrument error. You cannot at the end say maybe the respondent didn't understand the question. I'm very happy to become your exam. But PhD student write like that, no? PhD student write like that, no? Maybe the respondent were not honest. Hello, I don't need to read the thesis anymore. Those are the things you don't want to say. Respondent error, instrument error cannot be a limitation. Because you have done all the pilot tests, pre-test, macam-macam test, bukan? Cannot, no? But situation can, no? Because we collected data during pandemic. That's why some variables were important, some variables not important. Although in other literature they are important, but during that time was not important. We can do that, no? So that's why we need to understand, no? Okay. These errors are actually incorporated in SEM. Here we don't have. SPSS don't have. First generation, no error. We mentioned it. So that's why the result will be different. Okay. Okay. Number three is when we do modeling in SPSS, we can only do square box. Score. But this one we can do in SEM. This one is questionnaire. This is questionnaire. This one is actual score. Exam score. Okay. Actual sales. We can. But in SPSS cannot. SPSS everything must be one score. You compute first. Then only we can. That's why we call them first generation. Second generation you don't have to do that. Okay. The final reason is because of this. Let's say you have a model like this. We want to run regression, direct relationship only. How many regression you need to run? Okay, quickly count the unit calculator. Okay. Sorry. How many regression you need to run? Okay. Maybe put your
At least six.
Yeah. Okay.
Seven.
Fail. You want to do structural equation modeling. Regression also don't know how to count. Three regression. Okay. 1, 2, 3 to here, right? First regression. 1, 2, 3, 4 to here, second regression. This 2 to here, third regression. Finish lah. 3 regression. Okay. Ini pun tak pandai-pandai macam mana. Okay. So you need to run 3 times in SPSS. 3 times. Okay. Each dependent variable 1 time. 3 regression, right? But this model, how many model we have here? Mana bodoh. One lah. How you look also one only lah. So you take me so long. There's no trick, right? See, your mind is tricking you lah. One model only. Your research model only one. But when you run the analysis, you run 3 different models. This is the biggest criticism to SPSS. You cannot test them together. But if you do SEM, we can test everything together. That's the reason why more and more people are moving to SEM. Okay? So if you have models like this, you still can run with SPSS, but you are running multiple times. You are running this part, right? The result will be different, this part will be different, this part will be different. No? But if you run them together, the result will be different. That's why you need structural equation model. Okay? Okay. Hopefully now you have a better understanding. Okay. So for structural equation modeling, we have 2 variations. One is called SEM, the other one is called VBSEM. Both of them came from the same supervisor, a very lucky guy. His name is Herman Wong. He had a PhD student called Jonas Scott, and he had another PhD student called Low Model. Jonas Scott developed this software called LizRad. So all the other software in this is related to this. Okay, result will be the same. Another guy, Low Model, he started developing PLS regression. All this software is under this group. You get similar result. Okay. Now you need to pick this or this. Okay? This is where we have a boxing match. In many Malaysian institutions, if the examiner only knows one, he will say that is the best. And another person says that is the best. Right? Okay? You need to know first. Okay. My understanding is as long as you can answer all your research questions, it doesn't matter what software. Your PhD is not equal to software.
This SPSS is left out already.
If you
So
can
we
answer,
cannot use SPSS anymore.
no, if you want to test like mediation, moderation, and all, you have a long process. Not so easy to run them together.
So there is a restriction for SPSS for PhD level.
Some institutions don't even want to look at SPSS. UCM, they say, if you use SPSS, not the independent. Not true, not true. Depend on your model. If you have only independent, SPSS can do. The only problem is when you run factor analysis. Remember just now I was telling you, you need to put all items together. That is where the big headache was up. If you run SEM, the variables are separate. So your items don't get deleted so many. Okay? So, where are you doing your study? Di mana? Belajar di mana? Huh?
UKM.
UKM, which school?
And I think about economic inclusion.
Oh, they use SEM all.
So you have them still PhD still some of them use SPSS.
No more. No more. Most of them already moved to EMOS or PLS.
Oh, undergrad.
Undergrad, we still teach them SPSS because we only do independent. Okay, still okay. We don't teach them factor analysis. For our master's level, most of them are using PLS. For master, PhD, everybody uses SEM. Those are the cases.
Although for USM got their own software.
Don't have.
Still no.
Don't have. All university don't have, except I think some university they have a lab, and you can go to the lab. They call it floating license. After 25 license, you can use that kind of arrangement. Okay. So I want to show you why the difference between your AMOS and your PLS. Okay, when we run factor analysis in AMOS and PLS, we have an independent variable. We have a dependent variable, right? Okay. Our independent variable has 3 items, so we will have these 3 error terms. Dependent variable also has 3 items. We have this error terms. So when you run this in covariance based, it is called common factor. Okay? You are supposed to run them like this. Okay? But what happens is many students, when they do this analysis, they do 2 things. One is the delete item. You delete until no item left. And then you say my model is perfect. That's one. Second one, they do this. Everywhere. And then they say my model is okay. Once you modify your model, you're already saying your theory was wrong. But that is what is taught in Malaysia. When I do AMOS workshop, many students don't like to attend my workshop. I tell them cannot do. But the other people who say you can do whatever you want. So they are very happy with that. Like this. How can you correlate the error term of item 1 and item 2? This one doesn't make theoretical sense, right? But the software will allow you to do that. The software will even tell you to do that. Because the software doesn't know theory. The software only knows statistics, right? So they want to reduce the chi-square value. So they tell you, you can even correlate this. Here, cannot. This is error term of independent variable correlated with the concept which is the dependent variable. Doesn't make sense, but if you draw, the software will still run. So it is not right. No? The software will even suggest you to do that. But you are the researcher. Remember, you need to decide. Any modification you do, it must have theoretical justification. Can it be done? Okay? So that is one of the problem with software called EMA. When we run this in PLS, we also have the error term, right? But these error terms are already correlated. We call them composite. Okay? So when we run the model like this, you need to estimate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 7 parameters. Huh? Your sample size requirement goes up. That is why MOS require bigger sample size. Okay? If you do PLS, this is already correlated, right? You need to only estimate 1, 2, 3, and 4. So sample size can be smaller. That's why PLS can run with smaller number compared to MOS, because the algorithm is not the same. Okay? But PLS also we need certain number. So I will show you how to calculate the sample size. Okay, any question on the composite and cluster? Okay, for software, we have many software that you can try. I've tried this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the 5 software I've tried. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are all commercial software. You need to pay. 6 and 7 is open access. Okay, 6 and 7 is open access. This is very good software. Will be under the best software is this one, and the most difficult one. Okay. So when I went to Washington DC in 2010, Gregory Hancock was telling us this is a very powerful software. I got very excited. Came back and I bought the software, 3,200 ringgit. Okay. And then I started installing. And then an error message came out. License already expired. It took me 2 years to open the box. And then I wrote an email to the developer, how much license? 695 US. The box went back to the shelf. So I have never used, although I bought. The problem with this software is you need to write syntax, 100 lines of code before you can get some output. Okay? So that's the challenge with the software, but very powerful. So option is to use this one. This one, many people like because it's graphical. Draw some circles, put some arrows, it will work. Okay? So that's why in Malaysia, we like this software. Okay, for PLS, we also have many software for various baseline. Currently, the most popular is this one, SmartPLS. It is the most easiest software I've seen in my 36-year career. No other software easier than this. If you say this one difficult, then God bless you. This is the easiest. I've never seen any other software easier than this. The competitor is this one. What PLS? It's also very powerful, but the user interface is a bit cluttered, not so nice. The output is also not so nice. This one. This one they give you 3 months license only. The other software you can think about is this one. This one is very good. Guest Pro. This is free. Okay. You don't have to install. You just download, extract to a folder, can already run it. No need to install. Yes, Pro. Okay. It's still free. They have not started charging. Okay. So for SmartPLS, they have first time you download is the student version. Okay. The student version can only work with 100 cases of it. 100 cases of it. Okay. After you run your analysis, you want to copy, right? You right click to copy, they will tell you go and buy the license. Cannot copy paste, can look and see only. That's student version. So the license key they send to you, you will work for 72 days, I think. 1 month license is 30 euro, I think now. 1 month license is 30 euros. Okay? 1 year license is 300 euro, I think. That's okay. The license fee will work for 70 over days. Today 72, tomorrow it becomes 71. When you go to 0 days, it go back to student version. Still can open, but any cases more than 100, they will tell you you have too many cases. That's the message. So that's a software partner. Okay. So this is the research productivity from a bibliographic paper. This was published in 2021-2022. You see China had the biggest number of papers using PLS. But you can understand China has a big number of population. Malaysia is number 2. But now Pakistan, Indonesia, they're catching up also. In terms of top 10 authors over time, you can see the top 2 is regular and sustained. Out of the top 10, we have 4 authors from Malaysia. Okay. We can good is across the road. You see effect. We can good. These 2 are younger people. Mustafa was in Malaysia for a long time. Now he's moved to Australia. Okay. Mustafa Rasul in Malaysia. Jackie was also in Malaysia. Now he's moved to UK. This guy very smart. Really very smart. He's doing very, very well in UK. He didn't get his associate professor in UPM. He moved to UK, he got associate professor. UK more difficult to get associate professor. He writes with all the big names, regular substat and all. So you can follow his. Okay. This is the research productivity map. This is the big group, regular substat hair. They are all writing together. Okay. This is one of the mistakes I made earlier in my career. This is me. Because my full name is Ramaya Turasami. So if I write Ramaya Turasami, citation is Turasami A. Okay. Now I put, I'm smarter a bit, right? So I change my name. My name becomes like this. Okay. So now it's Ramaya. Okay. Now you know me lah. Here you know my father. There is a problem with the citation. Decide the second name first. Okay. So you need to have a common way of putting your name. For those who have 3 names, right? They will cite the last name. Like I have a co-author called Nur Hazlina Ahmad. Okay. Her citation is Ahmad NH. Okay. So she went to a Viva in UPM. The Saudi guy was telling her, Ahmad said this, Ahmad said that. And then she turned around and said, Ahmad didn't say that. Ahmad is me. The person sitting in France, so you don't know. Because it becomes NH. It's a problem citation. So you have to strategize. Or else what will happen is in focus you will have 2 names. You need to write to them 2-3 times, asking them to merge. Then only they will come up. So let's say this and this I put together, I can actually compete with that. But because separated nampak macam dia besar. Okay. So this is a citation issue. They will cite your second name and then the first. Okay. Okay. So this is the latest paper in 2025. Jackie has moved up already. Can you see? Now he's below me, very slightly below me. Her hair is lower than us. Hello. Her hair is lower than us. Hair is number 5, right? We are number 3 and 4. Number 1, number 2 is the same. But if you see the latest year 2025, these 2 are the biggest bubble. That means the number of papers published by us is the bigger one. Okay? We are already competing with the rest of the world. So this is a good sign for us. Okay, and now highest number of contributors, this is Jackie has moved up. Her hair is there. Okay, and then Kiram is also one of my co-authors. Then we have Rasul Bimanis and Faizan. Faizan did his PhD in UTM. Now he's in US. Recently he moved to Ireland. Full professor in Ireland. Okay, Ali. He's in tourism. Okay, this guy, 1, 2, 3. They are in tourism. This guy is in marketing. This guy is marketing. These are all in marketing. They are all in marketing. Okay. If you have to target journal, these are the journals which are very receptive to PLS analysis. These are very good journals. Journal of Business Research, Journal of Cleaner Production, JRCS. In terms of university, UUM is the biggest number. Then USN, UPM, UCSI. So this is the bibliometric. Okay, now Malaysia has already moved on. Number 1. Compared to other countries. Indonesia is catching up. Very fast. Okay. So this is 2025. Okay. Any questions before we move on to discuss data? So can we take, you want to take a short break or? If you don't stop me, I will talk. Okay, how many minutes? 10 minutes, huh? Okay, 10 minutes, huh? You take a short break, huh? Or 5 minutes, huh?
From your power is going to run out.
Yes, they come out. No, Alpha, you don't. Yes, okay. But then, I saw it. Yes. I think the average is like 2 or 3. So, how do I do that? That one says some theoretical justification as to 2 items. So usually they don't recommend item bustling. Then item bustling is usually done when you have many items and they are highly correlated to reduce multiple structure. Which item can be found? Usually they look at no, you can just do this item bustling them anyway. To pass whether actual call to pass or not. And it is usually done in a month. Yeah, that's usually done in item. It is when I answer. Maybe you have a two dimension. No, the real part was I love that. I think I can see everything. I can see one more. The data is falling on the side. I have to be honest. The item itself. No, sometimes you have dimension. Later when you start dimensions. Maybe you have 2 dimensions. You can separate them out. You can't see because you can see the model. That's all you know. This is my this one. This one had issues. I had removed what is the error? Variable. This is a study of game experience. The original question. Yeah. So powerful. No, but maybe there are two dimensions in the item. You look at the items and you separate them into.
So these are the nine. Yeah.
You can look at the item and separate them into two and see whether they become two dimension in one.
And how do they?
You have to first look at the items and decide which items can be separated. Then you try the higher order. See whether it goes.
But for higher order, I'm here.
They will still give you a different result. You can try separating like 4 item, 1 5 item, 1.
Oh, okay, so that means if item 1, item 2, but out of the 9, 4 here, 5 4 here.
Then you do second order and see whether later we will discuss that.
If you guys.
We have a copy comments.
You know better.
Downstairs. Downstairs ada tapi by the way I just every of the I don't know.
Mobil ramanya. Natural. Not important. Message will carry.
I think once over here, practice. Only practice.
Every year I then shop a few times. Just every time something new for me. Today saw about the multi-level industry stock.
Okay, so here, here you have the it's the same. Okay. It's
all these items.
So just not like that. So I put everything. Put it back.
That one no, you look at the model, you can see this. Go ahead. Move your mouse.
Yes.
Maybe.
But this one, yes. But this one, no.
Look at the loading time, and the loading load.
Almost done. This is worse.
Take this one at a time.
But you need to add video.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. What is my justification then?
Based on some reason why that's why it's divided together.
It's all expectations. We say that you need what's said.
What about the people? People tell me why the eye That's why.
Right. Okay. As it probably what is say that this group is
Yeah.
So this will be these two split into two different
Why do I do
That's why I feel like talking. So.
Your question is. But this question.
Okay, I think we'll continue lah. We're waiting for the rest to answer. Just we can continue, huh? We can continue. Okay, next we want to look at the justification for using PLS. Huh? Many people justify the usage of PLS because sample size is small, correct? Okay, if I am the editor, I will tell you thank you very much. I don't need a paper like that. That's not a good justification. Okay? The sample size is not a good justification for using PLS. No good, huh? Okay. Number two is this one, normal distribution, right? Okay. Second reason many people try to use PLS is because they say data is not normal. All software now can run bootstrapping, do you know? SPSS can run bootstrapping, EMOS can run bootstrapping, PLS also can run bootstrapping. So you cannot change a software just because your data is normal. You still can carry on with the software. But in SPSS, we have a function called bootstrapping. You run regression, you click the bootstrapping, they will run regression with bootstrapping. Okay, so don't have to change software. So number one, number two, no good. Okay, but many people use number one and number two. Previously, yeah, many people understand number two. Number three is one of the reasons why many people use PLS because in Malaysia, PhD is equal to complexity, right? Okay. Since your model is very big, it is very difficult to get the model fit with a software called EMOS. That is why people prefer SmartPLS. Okay. But PhD is not equal to complexity. Unfortunately, in many institutions, if you don't have a moderator mediator, it is not considered PhD. UITM. Detail students don't have moderator mediator fit, professor. Must have moderator mediator. I don't know why. It is not true. You can be anywhere in your model. As long as you have something new, it is already considered contribution. So that's one thing I like. Okay. We also have a reflective formative measurement. I will explain later. Most of your software can only handle reflective measurement. If you have formative measurement, most software cannot handle. That's why one of the choice for using SmartPLS is because measurement items are formative. Okay. Okay. Number 5 is theory development. What is meant by theory development is like this. Let's say you have a theory called theory of trend behavior. We have attitude, we have subjective norms, we have perceivable control leading to intention. Okay, and this is a theory called TTP. So if you just test this theory, you are doing theory testing. Theory testing, you should use a software called EMOS. Because EMOS will give you whether the data fits the theory. Okay, but you are not doing this, right? Are you? Okay, if you are doing this, you won't get a PhD because this was developed in 1991. Okay, and today also 2026 also using the same error. What is mean? But you can publish a paper with this. I want to see whether the theory works in a different setting. That's fine. Publication is a different thing. PhD is a different thing. In PhD, we are looking for some original contribution. What are you adding to the model? Okay, so if you just test this theory, it is called theory testing. But what you do is now you add a variable here, right? You say this variable will influence here and it will also go here. Let's say I had a variable called having. So when you add this variable originally theory didn't have the variable. Now you are adding the variable, right? So now you are developing the theory. Yeah? That's called theory development. But you don't get a contribution by adding the variable. You get a contribution why the variable is needed. Many people at the Viva, we ask, why do we have a moderator? And then the candidate smile at the examiner and smile. I had a BBA student. The actual examiner is a good friend. And then he asked this question. Why do you put a moderator? And then the candidate started to smile. Then he said, nama, you talk to your supervisor. Then I said, how come you don't know how to explain? This is your contribution, remember? Like moderator variable you are introducing because the literature says it. We see here SN to intention. Theory says this should be to this, right? But now many literature says this is not automatic. There is a moderator here. Some other variable. Okay? SN is no longer consistent. In some situation it works, some situation it doesn't work. So we may introduce some situational factor. That is how you identify a moderator. So when you start adding variables like this, you are actually extending the theory. No more testing the theory. Okay? In that kind of situation, PLS works better. Okay? The last one is prediction. If you are doing prediction like critical success factor studies, you have many variables and one dependent variable. This is the best of it. If you are doing that kind of study. So those are the reasons why we do that. So we have a table by hair. They give you side-by-side comparison why we do this. Okay. We also have this problem of random sampling. In many institutions, examiners have fixation with random sampling. Do we have that problem here? For PhD, you must do random sampling. And nobody can do PhD without. You understand? To do random sampling, you must have a sampling frame. Okay? Maybe they didn't teach you very well in statistics, this is a meta class. Sampling frame is a list of all elements in the population. Bukan agak-agak. Agak-agak I have 1 million. So I collect 384. Agak-agak tak boleh guna. You must have a list. List of name or list of number. Then only you can do any kind of probability sampling. So no way you can do probability sampling. Most of your study will be purposive sampling. You have a criteria for qualification. Okay? You ask the question. Like I have a student in Jordan. She's looking at companies that already adopted AI and big data analytics. So the first question is, have you used AI? Yes, you become a sample. Second question is, have you used big data analytics? Yes, then we can. Any of these two questions, no means you throw them away. They are not part of your study. That is called purposive sampling. Okay, purposive sampling. Okay. So this is an article that talks about this. And this paper by Bulan, this paper is very good. You must read this paper for methodological guidance. They explain here, right? When the primary aim of your research is to test the veracity of proposed theoretical effects, the use of a convenient sampling may suffice. Even convenient sampling, okay. Because you're testing theory, remember? The important criteria is your sample must be suitable to test your theory. For example, you want to look at people who have already bought iPhone 17. Do you have a list? Don't have, right? You ask, do you own an iPhone 17? Yes, you become a sample. No, you stop. They are all in the same, right? That's a qualification criteria. So this is what is written here. You must be able to test the hypothesis with a sample. So if they have already bought, then they can become your sample. No means cannot be a sample. Okay? So in UFM, we have a graduate school of business. This is one of my MBA students. If you look at the model, it looks very complex, right? This is MBA. Okay? Nothing new. We call it plug and play. All the variables are already in the literature. So I'm still struggling to get the paper published because it's using a theory called TAP. Okay? She already finished her MBA, finished her PhD already, started working 5 years already. The MBA paper still struggling to get knowledge because of the theory. Okay, for PhD is like this. If you do this with MOS, I don't think so your model will fit. Okay? So this is too complex for MOS to handle. Okay, this is a paper that you can read. Just now I explained here, right? Can you see this one? We are mapping here. Okay. When you add a variable here, when you add a variable, you are adding this arrow, remember? You are adding an arrow, right? That is called structural part, this one. Okay. The second one is, let's say this item has, usually they have only 4 items, but we have a new instrument with 8 items. We are changing the measurement. Variable still the same. Okay. This is called measurement. This is called structure. That is how you add to your model. And most of us are doing incremental study, correct? If you are doing something new, you won't be here. You do it somewhere else. I also understand. I have lots. We have lots of PhD students from China. Currently, we have 700 PhD students. Out of the 700, 600 plus are from China. Without China, I think we close already. I'm teaching a course called Master of Business Analytics. Last semester, I was teaching a class statistics. 658 students for statistics. 600 plus from 10. So my class is very quiet. Any question? No question? Let's go back. I have no more satisfaction in teaching anymore. No reaction at all. They come to my class, they sit in front, and then they hug the back, like they are listening to story. Mine is a sexy class. And tell them, you come to listen to my story, it's mine. Whether they understand or not, I don't know. At the end of the semester, 40% will fail. We have to do another exam. So I tell my dean, I hate teaching now. We also have a USM at KL, in KLCC. So I was very excited. They said, would you like to teach? I said, okay. Then when I arrived for the class, 8 students all from China. No interaction at all. And I have to teach from morning until evening, 6 hours. Every time I want to go, I think, what I do no, there's no more satisfaction anymore. But the university don't care. So I will say, okay. That's the problem I see. Okay? So understanding this is important. If you test a theory, you can publish a paper. Replication, we call it replication. But you need to extend the theory with some variables. The extension comes from the literature. Okay? You identify. So this is what we will do. Okay. This is a paper you can read about the justification for using PLS and CBSEM. You see here, PLS works with large complex model. This one cannot. So if you are planning to do CBSEM, you should have less than 7 construct, 50 items. 7 construct, 50 items or less, then you can use CBSEM. If your number of items goes up, very difficult to get model A. Okay? This is what is saying. Number 1. Number 2 is sample size, right? Okay, sample size. Sample size is also dependent on your population. If your population is not very large, then you can take a smaller number. For example, we have 200 companies. Okay? 200 companies only. We want to study 100. It's already a very large sample. But your population is 1 million. You still take 100. You realize that? Okay. So later I show you how to do calculation called G power, right? G power only gives you the minimum sample, not the best. Minimum sample. So if you can collect bigger sample, data is more representative. You should plan to collect more. Okay. That is the minimum number. Okay. So this is number 2. Okay. Number 3 is this problem of optimization. In MOS, you introduce this variable, right? All these variables must work together as a theory. Let's say one of these variables not so good measurement, right? The whole model will fail. Okay? Global optimization, all variables together as one theory. In PLS, we are not doing that. We call it component analysis. we try to maximize this, and then move on. So if this one not so good, the rest all not affected. Okay, that is why we call them component analysis. Okay, that's why your model is one of the variable not good, the rest of the variable still works well. In MOS, it's not. All must work together. Okay, that is called global optimization. Okay, so the guy who gave you the license is this guy. His name is Christian Riegler. In 2011, I went all the way to Hamburg to meet him for the first time. And I applied for funding from the university. And then they said, you're already a full professor. Why are you going for workshop? So I actually invested my own money. I paid 5,000 ringgit for the flight, Emirates. And then the workshop fee was 900 euro. 900 euro for 4 days. I think this is my most significant investment in my life. After that, I started working with them. So now, the big conference we organize together, Malaysia and Hamburg. Okay, this guy is Ringler, this guy is Hensler. They were together when I went in 2011. And now they are already divorced. No more together. They had some argument. I don't know why. This guy is very smart, but very methodological. This guy is a nicer guy, like the salesman. You can see this guy is Paris, right? How come you take photo with him, not with me? I didn't realize, right? Okay, so this is the first workshop I attended on SmartPLS. Why I attended this workshop was I had a PhD student from India. He said, I want to use SmartPLS. You know, in 2011, I don't even know how to convert the data. Because at that time, we can only use CSV. Comma separated values, cannot use SPSS data. And then this Indian student said, I know. Never I will tell you what I did. I said, no, I have to go and learn. I don't want you to con me. So that's why I went to learn. My first student in 2011. No choice. That's why I started learning data. Okay. This is another guy you will find in your literature called Marco Sarsen. Very nice guy. You can send email, you will reply. Okay. The third one is vector. Anybody doing second order? Multiple dimension. One variable with dimension. Okay. This guy is very famous for that. We call it hierarchical component. Very young guy, 33, 34 years old. Okay. And then we have Dijkstra. Okay. Dijkstra is the guy who developed the tool called consistent PLS. Okay. He did this consistent PLS in 1980. Published the paper in 2015. Okay. You know why? Because he was not very close to the supervisor. After he finished, he always questioned his supervisor. You know who is supervisor? The guy who is called the father of structural equation modeling, Herman Rowe. Okay. But the Herman Rowe didn't like him. So after you finish, you go away. So he didn't publish his paper until 2015 when he started working with Hensler. They got together and then they started writing paper together. This guy already passed away 2 years ago. Okay. Okay. This is a guy I wanted to meet for a long time. So if you are doing PLS analysis, you don't cite this guy, something is wrong with you. Okay. His name is Win Chin, W.W. Chin. Okay. Everybody cite at least one of his papers for justification. A very, very smart guy. But unfortunately, he doesn't reply to email. Okay. But if you meet them at the conference, very easy to talk. Okay. Very nice. He actually did his PhD in US. He wrote the software as part of his PhD. At that time, he couldn't find a software to run analysis, so he actually wrote a software called PLS Graph. So he was doing PLS analysis in the 1990s. That's how smart this guy is. And they speak very well. American professor, they can really speak. No need slides. They can talk and talk and talk. Really can hold the audience. Win Chin. Okay. In 2011, I went for my sabbatical leave. Do you have sabbatical leave here? Okay, we have sabbatical leave. Every 3 years, we can take 5 months off. Every 5 years, we can take 9 months off. I didn't take my sabbatical leave for 20 years. Huh? Now I think about it, I was stupid. Huh? Cannot go back and do. Huh? You get 9 months paid leave. Huh? Also, you do whatever you want. Huh? Full salary. Gita. I didn't take my sabbatical leave for 20 years. Huh? And then I took my first sabbatical leave in the University of Melbourne. University of Melbourne is, I don't know how to describe. Huh? And they give me a very big office. Huh? And I was very happy. For 3 months I went there. Okay? Because I'm only married. Or else I would stay back there. 3 months I was there. There was no meeting at all. Huh? The only meeting was the first day when they welcomed me. Okay? They don't have nasi lemak, teh tarik, mi goreng. They have only coffee and biscuit. A cup you have to bring your own. The first day I arrived, they said, you better go and buy a mug from the $2 shop. They have mug for $2. I bought now. The rest all they give you. Our coffee, whatever. And then I was telling them happily, I'm a quantitative researcher. Many people were staring at me. I didn't realize, most of them are qualitative. In Australia, most of them are qualitative, because they can write, we can write. So that my host, this guy is not my host. My host is a Indonesian lady who did a PhD there, because I didn't dare do my sabbatical leave with him. He's the senior editor of a journal called MIS Quarterly. MIS Quarterly is Tahap Dewa Devi, God and Goddesses. That is the level. I don't think so I want to do my sabbatical leave with him. But when I met him for the first time, he was telling me, I want to meet you tomorrow at 3 o'clock for coffee. The whole day cannot sleep. Senior editor of MIS Quarterly want to talk to you, right? You are thinking what he will ask. But he didn't ask so many questions. But he was asking me about the PhD process in Malaysia and Australia. In Australia, no Viva. You know? You submit your thesis, they send to 2 examiners. One is from the country you come from, and one more from Australia. Both pass means you pass. One pass, one fail, they will invite the third one. No Viva. That's the system they have. And then he was asking me about the system in Malaysia. I was telling him, we have a proposal defense, we have a finding defense, we have a Viva, and so on. Face-to-face Viva. And then he asked me one question. How many PhD students you have? I was happy to tell him I have 12. And then he turned around, he asked me, Ramaya, are you joking? Are you running a factory in Malaysia? In Australia, you can only take 3 to 5 students. He has only 3 students. No. And the system is very good, because they treat PhD students like their colleagues. You can argue with them, like this one. Every Friday, 3 to 4 p.m., they have a discussion. He will lead the discussion. And then we have Malaysian student there, and then telling him, Peter, I think you are wrong. This is why I think you are wrong. In Australia, here cannot lah. Here you do that, the rest of your life will be miserable. Then you can. They argue, then they go for coffee, finish lah. That's the system there. You can argue with your supervisor. You can argue with the professor. They don't take it, they don't take offense. That's the system there. So I was very happy here for 3 months. Then I have to come back to Malaysia. So 2011, I went to meet him. 2014, we were running a workshop together in University Malaya. He was doing the qualitative track, I was doing the quantitative track. And then first day of the workshop, during lunch, he asked me a question. Ramaya, how come your students all have very complex model? As usual, Malaysian student, right? You want to show your PhD model to a white guy, and the white guy said, okay, miss, okay, they are still colonized by them, I don't know for some reason, you see, Then he was asking me why, I couldn't answer him, And then the second day, during lunch, he told me this, Ramaya, I found the answer. You know what is the answer? He said this, because your student cannot identify their contribution clearly, they compensate with complexity. Compensate with complexity. Make your model big. Big model is a small model MBA. Right? Not true. In Europe, there are 3 independent, 1 mediator, 1 dependent. Finish PhD. But here we won't. I don't know why. Jackie went to a workshop with Hensler in Amsterdam. So Jackie also showed his model to Hensler and then asked, is my model okay? And then Hensler turned to his student, he asked, what month is this? Is it already December? We have a Christmas tree here. That one month. But that's the system we have. I don't know for some, even my students also, I struggle. They make the model big because the examiners won't let them do. So the model become big, so big. Now we don't know. My China students even worse. One model got 5 theories. One research model got 5 theories. Then I said, don't use. They say, okay, now I can explain. Then the examiner asked them which variable, which theory, then they look at the examiner. No reply. Cannot. Usually you don't work with so many theories. One underpinning theory. If you want to integrate 2 is fine, but one theory is already okay. Your contribution comes from adding the variable. What variable you are adding to the model. Okay, that's clear. Okay, so this guy is Mustafa Rasulimani. Anybody in tourism? Okay, tourism. His PhD is in town planning. But he's now shifted to tourism. He's chief associate editor of many tourism journals. Like this guy, if you want to network, this is the guy. He was in Malaysia in Taylor's tourism department. Now he's moved to Australia. Edith Cowan University. Okay. I wrote a couple of papers with him when he was a PhD student. We have papers in Journal of Travel Research. We have paper in tourism management. We have paper in Habitat International. These are all good journals. So this guy, he's now doing very well in Australia. Okay, for those who are doing mediation, anybody doing mediation? Mediation, independent mediator, dependent. This guy is Jose Luis Roldan. He has lots of papers in good journals on mediation. So if you want to do mediation, look at his articles. If I will show you website, you can join. Okay, for SmartPLS, we have some resources. This is the page you can download your software, right? Okay. When you download your software the first time, it is student version. Once you copy and paste the license, you become professional. Okay. That's a system. And then we have lots of literature here. You see, they update. Some of the literature will be published. Some of them are open access like this, right? So you can click and download directly. These are literatures published on methodology. They update. Okay. So we can download directly. They also have some frequently asked questions. If you need help, you can type in here. And they also have a forum. This one. So this forum, you can type in the keyword, then you can see what are the discussion they have. If you want to ask questions, also you can ask. There's a guy called Jan Michael Becker. He will reply. Okay? So this is the forum. They also have some videos. So for videos, we have now these 3 people. Okay, there's another guy, right? For videos, you can look at these 4 people. Number 1 is called James Gaskin. How many of you know James Gaskin? Okay, he has a channel from a long time. Previously, he was a big name for Amon. But now he's into PLS. So he's like the official service provider for SmartPLS. He does a lot of YouTube videos, which you can follow easily for how to click and how to score. James Gaskin. Number 2 is a guy called Fawad. Fawad I met in 2020. He attended some of my workshops, but he does YouTube videos on many software, not only SmartPLS, SPSS, Jamon, JAS, those kind of. And he also does video on research method and so on. His YouTube video is Research with Fawad. Okay. Research with Fawad. Okay, you can look at the video. His voice is very nice to hear. So you can try that. Okay. Mustafa has also some YouTube videos on FSQCA and SmartPLS. FSQCA is fuzzy set qualitative criteria, right? That is they package with SmartPLS. After you finish SmartPLS analysis, you run fuzzy set. That guy has a few videos. This guy is from India. He has lots of video on different software. Okay? And it's free. You can watch when you have the time for videos. These SmartPLS people also have their original, their own videos, not so many, but they have. Ringler is the guy who is developing the videos. So you can look at that. So if you want to attend an online webinar, they have these two workshops, which is for the basic and intermediate. I think they charge €400 for one workshop. 400 euro. So you can try attending. And they also have the end of the year. Every November they have a 4-day workshop in Hamburg. €900. If you want to go and attend. But very nice time to travel in Hamburg. Very good. Okay, for conferences, we also have many conferences. This is a local conference we started in 2017. Okay, there were 4 PhD students. They used to attend my workshop, and then one day they got together and then asked me, can we write a book together with you? They were very brave at that time. Then they said, can we start a conference together? Can we start a journal together? So now we work together for some time. From the time they were PhD students, now 2 of them already full professors. So this is the conference we had. 2017 we did in Sarawak. 2019 we did in Malacca. These were the 2 keynote speakers. They are very expensive. €7,000 per person. 2 person, €14,000. You can buy a car. Jackie was saying 1 billion. And then 2020 we were doing supposed to do it in Bali, but we had COVID, so we did it online. 2021 we did online with this keynote. Then 2023 we came back online. Okay. If you are planning to do conference, you can think about Sarawak. Sarawak has funding for conference, you know. You do your conference in Sarawak, they give you money to organize your conference in Sarawak. They have a tourism bureau that very supportive. So every time we do this in Sarawak, we get money from them. So we don't have to spend so much. Okay. Only thing, the requirement is to bring in somebody from Semenanjung also okay. Semenanjung people, they consider foreigners in Sarawak. Okay. So as long as you come, okay. Yeah? So they have funding. So we did it in Sarawak. For those who are from China, this guy is very big name now. His name is Gong Jiankun. He did his PhD in University Malaya. And now he's working in University Malaya. He's the associate editor for a journal called Young Consumers, Emerald Q1. Okay, Emerald Q1. This is Gong Jiankun. Okay. Mumtaz is the chief editor of a journal called. He's the managing editor of a journal called Jasek. We also have a Q1 journal. So 2023, this guy was online. So later you will see, this guy writes a lot of books in Chinese. Okay? But he's also, he has a lot of papers written also. Recently he has a paper on moderation, 2026. Okay? Later you can see that. Okay, so this is something we had in Macau. 2025 we had a conference in Macau. And how many of you have been to Macau? Their rooms are extremely nice. It's like a palace. I showed the picture to my wife. My wife was very unhappy. Why you didn't take it? The first one. The second one, I told her. She was very happy. They give us there's a hotel called Wind Palace Hotel. Really huge. The room. But the room rate is 2,000 ringgit per night. Occupancy rate is 95%. And there are hundreds of rooms. One hotel, hundreds of rooms. They have casino everywhere. If you go to the casino, free drinks. They are really making money. So So this is 2025. We did it in Macau. And these are the people who attended. Not so many people attended this one. But I had a PhD student from China this year. So Rigler gave a talk on advanced issues in PLS. And then Xiao Longwen gave a talk on multiple method. Are you familiar with multiple method? Multiple method is you run PLS analysis, then follow up you do FSQCA. Follow up you do artificial neural network, or you do NC. These are multiple methods. Addition. So he's talking about this. Then I gave a talk on new development in survey research. And Jackie gave a talk on experimental design. In UK, most of them are doing experimental design. There's a design called AB. Maybe you want to look at it. So this was the picture we took together on the last day of the conference. This is Jackie, Mumtaz, Hiram. Jackie is associate professor, Mumtaz still associate professor. He's already a full professor. Okay, so this is the only place which is very nice in Macau. The burned down port. Only the front door is available. So here we went at night. This is my wife. So we traveled together on this trip. It was raining at night. Nobody here, right? In the morning you go, cannot even walk. So many people. But this is the famous attraction in Macau. Okay, this is my PhD student from China. When she first came, her English was not so good. But in Macau, the presentation was really good. She got one of the best days. I was like, is this my student? Really confident. I was like, can see the change. She has a paper in Journal of Hospitality and Tourism. That's the IQ one. Now she's an associate. When she came to do a PhD, she was already associate professor. But she didn't tell me. Only recently I found out. She said I was very shy to tell you. So very smart lady. Okay, so 2022 we had this PLS symposium in. We were supposed to do this in Beijing, but they had a lockdown in Beijing. So we moved the conference to Cluj-Napoca, September 6 to 9. And these are the people who attended. We have a hybrid, online and also offline. Okay, so this is the guy who will be hosting the next conference in Mauritius. Okay. 2022 was in Cluj-Napoca. Okay, Hair was a keynote. He didn't come. I think he's not very healthy. He looks a bit old now. He didn't travel, but he gave an online keynote. Okay. This is the facilities in Cluj-Napoca. I was shocked. I call this a Kampung University. Kampung University in Romania. Okay. You look at the facilities. I took a photo, came back and showed my dean. How come the Kampung University in Romania had this kind of facilities? USM is upper university. Don't have. Until today. I actually like my class to be like this, hybrid. That means I have the front here, people on the WebEx, online. Okay, I can see that, right? And at the back there's a screen, so I don't have to turn. There's a screen at the back, so I can see there and talk. Okay, and there's a microphone at the top. You see, and the webcam. All the classes were like that. Okay. The only place coming close is Taylor's. Have you been to Taylor's? Taylor's is very good. I went for a talk. I was like. Okay, yes, I do that. This is the kind of thing. You see the tent can rotate 360 degrees. And you see the table very big. Can put laptop, can put your foot on. In USM cannot. You put the laptop only when it falls down. It's so small. The table, the open the table cannot do anything. I don't understand why. It's so nice, right? The table so big. Can put my laptop, can put my coffee, everything. I don't know. Okay, so this is the photo we took together. A regular student also presented. Regular is in an area called Martin. Okay? So in 2022, During the dinner, Ringler and Sastet approached me. They said, Prof, can you host 2024 in Malaysia? For some reason, I said yes. Maybe the food was very nice. Actually, the Romanian hospitality was very good. I don't know how to express it. Every day we had dinner in nice places. So I said, okay, right? When I came back, I was thinking, who do I invite to become the host? A problem with public university is by the time they agree to host, it is already 1 year. You know? They was like meeting, then they decide to host. 1 year already, they cannot wait so long. So I was thinking who to invite. I'm a young professor in Sunway. There's a guy called Lim Wen Mak. So I texted him at night. I said, Mark, I have this offer. Would you like to accept? He said, okay. Next day morning, he sent a message to their president, and they already agreed to host 1 day. Lim Wen Mak. I still remember. And 1 week later, we had an online discussion. We already had a date 1.5 years early. Imagine, cannot happen in public university. So we hosted this in Sunway, 4th to the 7th of September 2024. This is a guy called Lim Wen Mak, a very stylish guy. He has a earring. He has a earring. Dean of the Business School of Sunway, he has earring. Very young guy. Youngest professor in Malaysia. Guinness Book of Record. He was originally from Turkey. Now he moved here. So I did a pre-conference workshop. 90 over people attended. Look at the facilities. We have screen here, we have screen here, we have screen on the back. Everywhere they sit and see the screen. And so we back. Very nice. But they refused to pay me. They said, you are our adjunct professor, so we cannot pay you. Very smart people, business people. So the pre-conference workshop and the post-conference workshop, they made a lot of money. Many people attended, although the conference not so many. Okay, so this is something I like about them. This is the dinner we had at Bali. You know, in Sunway Pyramid. That's Bali, very nice. There's another one, Taiwan, Thai restaurant. Good one. Okay. This one, can you see? First time in my life, I'm getting a tag, gold color tag with the VIP. Never before in US. Never. First time, I was very touched. They were treating me like a VIP. And then another thing I really like is during the closing, they asked me to close. I'm actually a guest, right? Okay. And I'm closing the conference, a big conference. And their provost, Abhi was there, and the dean was sitting there. I was like a bit shy. How come you asking me to close the conference? I'm actually a guest, but interesting. So they are very nice. So I'm still trying to help them because of this gratitude. Very smart guy, the guy, the dean of the business school, very strategic. Okay? Now he's actually pushing Sunway. The facilities are good. They are also getting more and more good. So that's one thing. This is the post-conference workshop we had. Also 90-something people. They had a different rate for them because two of them, right? They have to pay 900 ringgit. My workshop was 495, I think. They paid double for them. And most of them couldn't understand what they were saying. But they compensated with taking photo.
I was there also.
Yeah, that's what I can ask him. Many people asking what are they talking about. They were talking about the advanced teaching, like NCA, FXTK. So people could have followed.
They got for AI in future. It's not only supervisor is saying.
Okay. So this is PLS 2026. So we already have a date. So after the conference, they already announced 2 years ahead. So this year in Mauritius, 2 to the 5th of September, we will be hosting them in Mauritius. So you can plan ahead. You can also go to Madagascar. Just beside Mauritius is Madagascar. Across is South Africa. So 3 in 1. And you can plan ahead. Okay, so these are the hosts. Jackie and Vilayan is the main host. These two people were from Romania, the host in Romania. So I'm actually one of the advisors on the team. Okay. So for those who want to go to US, this is a conference they have in US, organized by NetCom. 3-day conference, 2 conference parallel. You register for one, you can attend another one. Okay, but the first day you have free workshop on SmartPLS, full day workshop. So you get 2 conference plus workshop. If you plan to attend, 3 hari lah, so you can try attending. Okay, for book, we have these books just now I already showed you, right? This is PLS Primer 1, this is Primer 2, and Primer 3. Soon they will launch the 4th edition. They are already working on the 4th edition. Read 1, 2, then 3. Because some of the materials in 1 and 2 they remove. This is number 3. This is for the advanced one. You can do multi-group analysis and all. This is the book you refer to. I don't have a copy of this book. So you have this book. Okay. In 2016, we started writing this manual. Jackie and Francis were doing their PhD in UPM. Okay. Hiram was doing his PhD in Unimas. Mumtaz was doing his PhD in UTP. So they used to attend my workshop, and then one day they approached me and asked me, can we write a manual for Malaysian? You understand? Can we write a manual for Malaysian? Malaysian people don't like to read. So just show me how to do copy and paste and then do the table. So we wrote a manual for 80 pages only. This one, don't have moderation, no mediation. How to run the model and copy paste, do the table. 2016 and then 2018 we revised the book. This is the 2nd edition. So when we are revising the book, I send a copy to these people. Ringler, Substack, Ringler, Hare, Rigdon, and Substack. That's one more here missing. Vinci didn't read. So I don't have him. Maybe the next edition. So this book is very popular. Many people say it's very easy to follow, step by step. Okay, for journal, we also started this journal in 2017 called Journal of Applied Structural Equation Modeling. And 2020, we got into Scopus, Q3, now it's Q1. Okay, and this is free, no need to pay. No need to pay. Anything to do with application of structural equation modeling in any area. Okay, it can be MOS, can be PLS, can be anything, as long as you use structural equation. Okay. Mumtaz is, I am the chief editor with Hiram. The managing editor is Mumtaz. I am actually paying for the hosting of the website and all, because we are running it independently. So we are not still charging at the moment. So if you see the editorial board members, we have Hare, Ringler, Substack, everybody. So you can try this journal.
Where is the fund for maintaining the website?
From me lah. I'm funding them. From the time we started until now.
You can start collecting money.
No lah. I don't want to do that. We can make money. I don't want. It's still free. I'm funding the website and so on.
Now in Q1, you know.
You can already charge about 1,000 US. We are not doing that. We are not going to do that. So you can submit the paper to Mumtaz. He will give you a quick glance and then tell you whether it's okay or not. If they send paper to review, you have some opportunity to collect. We get lots of paper.
2017 I published one paper, then 2020 I sent out, he said the queue for 2 years, then he will review. Then I take up.
Yeah, because once we go to Q1, everybody submit there. And it's free again, remember? We have a long queue. So Mumtaz will make a decision whether the paper can go. Once we send to review, there's possibility of getting accepted. But if we think the paper will not go through, he will not. So try submitting. Okay, for Facebook, we have several Facebook pages you can join. This one not very active. This is the one very active. So I'm actually one of the admin. We will post all the messages about conferences and papers published. So you can get directly from here. PDF also we will upload it. So you can get it directly from here. My SEM. Okay, we have another Facebook page called PLSN. This one is focused on SmartPLS. NetCop is the admin. So if you want to use SmartPLS, you can join this group. Okay. Another group is called PLSN Espanol. This is based in Spain. Some of the discussions are in Spanish. But what they do is every time they publish a paper, they will upload here. So you can get a PDF of it. Okay? So you can get it from here. And they publish lots of good papers in journals. Good journals. Okay? Spanish group. Spanish group. Okay. Any questions on the resources before we go on to the modeling? Just me. Okay. Any other questions about the resources before we move on?
No. The manual, we have the software.
No. That was published by
Physical one.
Published by Pearson.
Yes, sir.
They don't give us ebook. In Malaysia, they bagi ebook. The Pearson one. Pearson one is hard copy. That one. We already read it, I think 6-7 times already. Very popular. Okay. Next, we want to look at the process of running the model. This is a 6-step approach given in the book by hand. Okay? But number 1 to number 5, they are related to your measurement model. How to validate your instrument and so on. So the first one, which is called the specifying the structure model, this will happen in chapter number 2. Okay, chapter number 2. You are drawing your research model, right? This is your chapter 2. After you draw this, we need to have the second step, measurement model. Okay, this is where we have 2 debates. One is whether your items are reflective or formative, whether they are unidimensional or multidimensional. Okay, we will draw the model, right? Okay. These items are actually coming from some resource. You don't have to develop your own. Okay. This is how we go. This is where we have this debate about reflective and formative. Okay, so when we have a model like this, we want to measure variable core performance. We have 4 items. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have a loading of 0.3, 0.2, 0.8, and 0.9. What will you do with this 2 items?
0.2.
You delete, right? Okay. You delete, right? Because the number is now relating to you. Delete me, right? Itulah ajaran sesat. This is what is taught to us for a long time. Anything less than 0.5 you delete. Anything more than 0.5 you retain. Okay, now I ask you a question. How many of you are in accounting? Nobody is in accounting. Okay. Can you measure performance without profit and sales? Can you measure performance of the firm without profit and sales? Boleh ke tak boleh? Cannot, right? Itulah. But you registered and happily passed with the PhD. Still happening. Still happening, because most of the examiners also train like that. You say because loading is slow, I deleted. But hello, how can you delete profit and sales? You're no longer thinking, remember? This is the problem with researchers. You need to think whether these items are important or not. This item must be there. So instead of the software is not asking you to delete. The software is telling you these 2 items are correlated. These 2 items are correlated. All 4 don't go together. It is telling you all 4 don't form one variable. So now you have to think what you want to do. You can do like this, right? Like I suggested to this person. Okay. 6 item deleted, 9 item deleted, 6 item. I said maybe you have multiple dimensions. So we draw them like this, right? We have 2 variables. Now you see the loadings are very nice, right? No need to delete any item. Okay. These are the things not taught in many workshops. They say just delete until you have no item left. That's not a good strategy. You have to rethink. Now maybe your 9 items are actually 2 dimensions. We can separate them into 2. Now you have a better understanding. Okay? So it works, right? No need to delete so many items. If you have 9 items, you delete 6 items, that's terrible, right?
So you separate like that, and then we need to find what is
We must label them, but we can do the second order. Joshua, variable is still one performance, but I have two dimensions: financial, non-financial, or whatever you want. You have to label them. You can do that. You still have one variable with two dimensions. Hypothesis doesn't change. You don't delete any item, right? So it still can move. So that's why I'm telling you this. It can be done, but you must have this understanding before you delete. Okay. Okay. Next, we have this measurement. So for measurement, we have a variable is three items, right? When you measure like this, we call them unidimensional, no dimension. Okay. This is also unidimensional, but this is reflective. This is formative. Okay. This one is multidimensional. Its performance has three dimensions. Okay. So these are how you conceptualize your variable. In chapter number 3, this is where you need to tell the reader whether you have reflective, formative, or you have unidimensional or multidimensional. Okay. Now we can also draw the model like this, right? Okay. Now, which is the most important predictor of your performance? Most important predictor of your performance. Which one? Oh, no, profit. Which one? Most important, right? And you delete it happily, yeah? You delete it happily, right? You realize? And I said, software no good. Huh? The software can speak, don't know what it says to you. Huh? Okay. The way you draw, the software works on the way you draw. You are the researcher, not the software. So if you switch them like this, now you get a different understanding. Here we are saying all four are important. Which one is more important, less important? So if you have an argument, some items are more important, less important, you are no longer reflective. It should be formative. Okay? It should be formative.
If I draw one of the items there, that means I have to rewrite the literature review. Right?
No, literature is the same. Literature is based on the variable. Items not the items are the same. You delete any item, also the variable is still the same.
Yes.
Okay? Variable is still the same.
No, but by default, the SmartPLS set our model as reflective.
But the software was written by a programmer.
Yeah.
So the setting was that.
And this one way, is there any specific test that we need to do?
No, there is a test, but the developer say don't use. There's a test called confirmatory tetra-analysis that can tell you whether the measurement is reflective or formative.
Yeah.
But problem is sometimes you collect the data is reflective, they will tell you formative. You collect the data formative, they tell you reflective. That's the danger. Data driven. That is data driven. So you need to justify like this. Okay, I give you an example. Then you can see. Let's say we want to look at recycling behavior. We have a variable called recycling behavior. Then we have paper, plastic. We have wood. Okay, let's say we have these items we measure. We want to measure recycling behavior, how much you recycle paper, plastic, whatever. Okay. If you run this model, what will happen? Which variable will not work very well? Which item will not work very well? Sorry, arrows this way. You do like this, right? Okay. You get your loadings here, right? Okay. Which item will not work very well? Which one? Wood. Wood, huh? Okay. All this will not work, huh? Well, come to Malaysia. You understand? We only recycle this too, right? It's not got some income. The rest all no income. Throw them away lah. So what will happen is you only recycle 2. All the other items you will delete because loading will be low because the 2 is high, the rest all low. So all these items will get deleted. But recycling behavior is a combination. Okay, so the arrow should be reversed, not like this. Although in the literature you see many people doing like this, right? This is not correct. This is not correct. Okay. So you have to think lah. Not by citation only. Many of you are using citation, right? Previous literature reflective. I also use reflective, right? Now they are saying previous literature also wrong. You don't believe me, right? Okay, I'll show you. Okay, so now we have two types of measurement. This is the one we have been doing for a long time because most of the software can handle this. They are actually interchangeable. That means they are, you delete this or you delete this, score is still the same. No change in the score. Okay? Here they are not interchangeable. If you delete this item, score will go down, right? If you delete item, score will go down. So they are not interchangeable. This one they are correlated, this one not correlated. Okay? So if you see here, this variable called timeliness. If you are a timely person, your answer to item 1, item 2, item 3 will be high, right? If you are a timely person, if you are not a timely person, all 3 will be low. That's why we call them reflective. Here we have life stress, right? Life stress is 0. It is influenced by the 3 incidents. If you don't have any of these, life stress will be the lowest, right? None of them. If you have all 3 together, life stress will be the highest. They are actually forming the variable. So now we have 2 kinds of measurement, reflective and formative. You can model them. Okay? But why this is important is because of this. Let me show you. Yeah. Most of us use citation, right? Saying that previous literature they do reflective, I also do reflective. Now they are saying your previous literature also wrong. Okay? So what they did was they looked at these journals. Journal of Consumer Research, Journal of Marketing, Journal of Marketing Research, Marketing Science. These are the top journals in the world. And this is what the authors did, reflective or formative. This is what is supposed to be, correct one. Okay? Reflective, okay. Reflective should be formative, type 1 error. This is type 2 error. 1/3 of the papers published in these top journals were wrongly modeled. We have not come to USM, UKM, UITM journal yet. These are the top journals in the world. 1/3 of the journals, the measurement was wrongly modeled. Now you are doing citation, remember? In many journals, they don't accept citation alone. You need to argue why they are reflective or something. You need to rethink. The training we got 10 years ago cannot use. Now they are actually saying the training was not good. They always say, for your instrument, take from somebody, right? As long as they are reflective, you are safe. Now you are no longer safe. Now they are asking question. How do you know you are reflective or formative? This is argument. This is argument. So this is the paper. Okay. Next is this issue of unidimensional, multidimensional. This morning also I explained, right? Now I give you an example. This is a variable called knowledge sharing. Okay, how many variables we have here? How many variables we have? Items we have 8. Variable is 1. How many variables we have here? How many variables we have? Okay, all 3 1. This is unidimensional with 8 items. Okay, source is different. We have a multi-dimensional with 2 dimensions. Knowledge sharing also. 1 variable with 2 dimensions.
Yes.
We have 1 variable with 4 dimensions. Which one you want to use is up to you. Your variable is still the same. Okay? Knowledge sharing. Okay? Instrument is different. The theories are developed qualitatively by one person. The measurement is developed independently by another person. So some items have many items, some have lesser number of items. So out of these 3, the shortest one is 5, right? You should pick 5, not the longer one. Okay? Not the longer one. Okay? So this is how you decide. Okay? Understand? Yeah, good. Okay. I do this every day, so I'm telling you the problems I see. Many people don't have a good understanding of measurement. As long as it's published, you think it's okay. Now we have lots of paper in good journals, measurement is terrible. Okay, I'm telling you the word terrible, right? Okay. I don't know how you are published. but they are public. We also have a lot of networking going on. Okay. So you need to be careful when you adopt the instrument. Always go back to the original and see whether the original item will develop very well. Okay? So you should go back to the original to see whether they have changed the item to until we don't know what is the item. Okay? So this is unique MRT.
Want to check, right? Since this is only one construct, but there are some supervisor advise the student instead of just splitting knowledge and sharing as one construct, break down become more construct. Using that dimension as a
You can. Okay, like just now I mentioned, right? Organizational commitment. Some people study as commitment to satisfaction, but they also study effective commitment, normative commitment, continuous commitment. We can also test it. Then you have different literature, different hypotheses. Okay, the way you write hypothesis, tomorrow we will discuss the second order. Okay, so this is the problem. And what will happen is this one. Can you see now? The variable is supposed to be like this. Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay? But the student draw like this. This is a common problem. Don't here. Everybody do this. Okay? I was doing a workshop in KL Central. And then I was telling this is wrong. And then suddenly during the tea break, this girl is coming whispering to me. Well, I actually did like this. I already passed submitting my thesis. I say, you are very lucky. Okay. You have 4 dimensions. You force them into one. Can you see the loading? All this loading become low, right? So you delete something. Sometimes you are deleting 1 or 2 dimensions, which is really serious. We have a term called content validity. Do you know?
Yeah.
Content validity is, are you measuring the entire domain? The domain is before. Cannot delete. Okay? You must have all 4. So when you draw in your software, you must draw them like this, not like this. Like I was telling him, I examined 3 PhD students, all ended up major correction because of this problem. One guy from UMK, he has 15 items, 3 dimensions. He forced them all into one. Deleted 9 items. And then coming to Viva, and of all people, I became the external. So I don't know why. And I gave a major correction. The supervisor was not very happy. And the supervisor was saying, Prof, you chereve. No? Any other examiner, my student would already have passed. He's not happy because the student did wrong. I cannot understand, right? 15 items, 3 dimensions, you force into one, you delete 9 items, right? 2/3 of your item already deleted. No? You are no longer measuring the variable. Okay, that's one thing I see. But unfortunately, many examiners also will let it go because they also don't understand this issue. You need to be clear whether it's unidimensional or multidimensional. Sometimes it doesn't work because you have many items. 20 items measuring one variable. Nobody does like that kind of modeling. Now, many years ago, yes, but now no more. So you look at the instrument carefully before you collect it. Okay. So this is one problem.
What happened, right? Let's say just now that construct knowledge sharing. What happened, right? Student class that contribution come from adding a new dimension to that construct.
Okay. Next time you invite me as examiner. Then I will do something. Okay. First you listen. Okay. You must have a good understanding. When you add dimension to the measurement, you are doing scale development. Scale development is a PhD by itself. You took 6-7 years to do that. Okay. You should not. Scale developers, to validate your instrument, there's a long process. Okay, not so easy. So I don't allow that to my students. Okay. What happens is, in the literature, there are like absorptive capacity. They have an instrument 3 dimension. We have another instrument in 4 dimension. You want to use 3 or 4 is up to you. Already have choice. Okay, which one you want to use? Like just now I showed you, right? We have 2 dimensions, we have 4 dimensions. Which one you want to use is up to you. Your variable is still the same. Nobody can say you are wrong because you are already measuring the variable. Okay. Here we have 3 dimensions. We add 1 more dimension. Where did it come from? If you say you are the one adding, right? I will ask you, who are you? At what level are you to add? Skill development is not very easy. It's a process by itself. This is one of the things I don't agree. And the other problem I see is people mix and match. One variable, 2 items from one author, 3 items from another author. That also doesn't work. I'll give you an example. I met a student from UITM Malacca, and then she has lots of items. When you draw on it, I said, hey, how come you have so many items? He said, my supervisor said, for PhD, we must have 10 items, 12 items. 10 items per contract, or 12 items per contract. I said, so what she did was, the original instrument 5 items, she added another 6 items to the model. When she ran all the 6 added, one got dropped. Original 5 retains. I said, I already tell you, right? It doesn't work together. This item is coming from a different definition. This one is coming from a different definition. Cannot cancel. You will get deleted. You're actually wasting time to me. What happens is, when you adopt an instrument, they have 2 items, 3 items, right? Don't need to add. The 3 items already works well. They have already tested many times. Okay. So if you don't believe me, I give you an article. So since your eyes are not blinking, right? You don't trust me. So in the folder that I gave you, in the reference article, there's a paper by IB. This paper, number 54. If you see this paper 54, she asked this question. Should researchers use single indicators, best indicators, or multiple indicators? And then the answer is here. We recommend the use of few best indicators. 1 or 2 indicators are often sufficient, but 3 indicators may occasionally be helpful. More than 3 indicators are rarely warranted. This is already telling you, you don't have to have very lengthy instrument. 3 items already okay.
Examiner, you put 3, and failure. No, you need 1 correction.
Okay.
Can the author is 3 only, okay? They know, you find another author.
Cannot. Doesn't work like that. Okay, these are people who are trained with AMOS. I'll tell you the story. In AMOS, many years ago, and today also the guy who is teaching the AMOS is doing that. You run variable by variable. 1 variable, 1 CFA, another variable CFA, another variable CFA. For that, you need 4 items minimum. 3 items, they will not give you fit values. 3 items, just identify no fit values. That is why we are running 4 or 5 items. But now we are no longer running variable by variable. We are running all together. So you don't need 3 or 4 items. 3 items, 2 items also okay. Those are changes in the retrieval.
The one that I encountered is that the examiner will always ask the student, rule of thumb, right, is always 3 to 5 items. So if the original
where is the rule of thumb coming from? You need a citation, right? You need a citation. Please ask me, can you provide me the proper citation? That's all I will say. Yeah.
You always ask the student to remove it.
No, I've already given you the citation. Okay, the 4 item citation comes from AMOS.
Yes.
In AMOS, you need 4 items before you get fit values. 3 items, the degrees of freedom is 0. Okay, that's why no fit values. That's why in AMOS, you need 4 item minimum because we were running variable by variable. Now we no longer do that. That was like 25 years ago. I was doing that. No? But now we put all the items together. So we don't need 4 item minimum. No? 2 items, 3 items also okay.
But if the original has 7 items,
then cannot lah. Original got 7, you must take 7.
But the examiner asks the student to reduce it, so that you have 7 items, right? You have so many construct, you have so many items, you cost mapping to the respondent. That is the comment by the examiner.
Predict to the respondent.
Yeah, that's longer questionnaire, right? Okay, but the problem is the instrument was developed with the operational definition with 7 items. How do you reduce? You are reducing content. So maybe ask to attend a workshop. These are problems. These are comments. I cannot understand why they are making, because we have this terms already in the literature, right? Content means to measure this variable as 7 items. This 7 must be there. When you collect, because we develop the instrument like that, yeah? Like just I showed you the dimension, right? This 4 dimension must be there. In between, you delete some item when you have, after you collecting the data, that's a common problem because some of your respondents didn't understand the question. That's why you deleted item, but you collected the original item, remember? In many studies it will happen. It's not an issue. Huh? But now you're already excluding the item before the start. This is dangerous because your content is no longer valid. Yeah.
Prof, if you go for the best indicator, meaning to say that, let's say you go down to only 2 indicators and you want to do a model fit.
No, model fit, model fit can work. Huh?
It's bordering on the danger growth. Can go to model fit.
No, the problem is this. If you have 2 items, you delete 1 item, no more reliability.
Exactly.
That's the danger. Huh? So that's why many people prefer to use 3 items. At least 1 item you can delete. Can. Yeah.
How about this case? So some 7, some 5, so. So is this one also?
Your understanding is not so good. Okay. When you do measurement, in psychology they have a term called item battery. Do you know? The term is item battery. Item battery means 3 items to measure the variable, 4 items to measure. This is called item battery. So the instrument comes with the item. The scale you can decide. 5 point, 6 point, 7 point. That's already in the literature. You can use 5 point scale, 6 point scale, or 7 point scale. 6 point scale is people who don't like the middle point. Neutral. You scared everybody will answer neutral. I don't understand why. This is especially true for the female students.
I think that's
Female students, they overthink. I couldn't like that.
But that's leading to that. If people was with neutral, why are you forcing people?
I like 5 or 7. Okay. I don't take 6. I don't allow my students to collect 6. 5 or 7. Some people will answer 3, right? You have to give them the option. Okay? You're not forcing them. But the literature is already saying 5 points, 6 points, or 7 points. Which one you want to use is up to you. Okay. Having said that, okay, I also qualify myself. There are some instruments you cannot change the scale because they have a scoring system. Scoring system. After they collect the data, they need to do scoring. I give you an example. We have an internet addiction scale by Young. She has 8 items. Yes, no, yes, no. Okay. 8 items. If you have 5 yes or more, you are called internet addict. Less than 5, you are called non-internet addict. After we collect data, we need to classify. Then cannot change because the instrument has a scoring system. Okay. Then we cannot change. The other instrument, they have the item, the scale you can decide 5, 6, or 7.
If the teacher recommends that the scale itself, they must follow, right?
No, most of when they develop the scale, they develop the item. The Likert scale can be 5, 6, or 7. Okay? But the item cannot change.
But no, the literature states you must be 7, then you have to
No,
follow.
if the original say it's a 7-point Likert scale, maybe you want to follow But we have seen many cases, the same instrument, some people use 5-point scale, 6-point scale, 7-point scale. Items are the same. We adopt the item. Unless there's a scoring, then cannot change the scale. Then you cannot change the scale.
How about the instrument, Prof? Can you mix 5, 6, 7? 7.
Okay. Do you have the same scale or different scale for your instrument? Do you have the same scale or different scale? Okay. Okay. Since we are already on this topic, when you collect your data, do you collect data like this? Okay. This is your question, right? Okay. When you collect your data, you have independent, mediated, dependent, right? You use the same scale or different scale? First one, format 1 or format 2? I don't think so long lah.
One.
One or two?
Now,
Tidak one, tidak two.
in justification.
Okay. Okay. Now come to Malaysia lah. Malaysia, this one, most of the supervisors will tell you standardize. Please go back and tell them standardizing is no good. No good. Okay. It will lead to a problem called single sort bias, common method theory. Because you already have a mental map. 1 is low, 5 is high, 3 is middle. You will answer consistently because of this bias. But don't change the scale too often. 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7. People become very confused. The suggestion is at least your independent variable use a different scale. Your dependent variable use a different scale. At least. Because now you put them 5, right? They answer all the questions. Now you show them the 7 point, right? They need to align, right? 1 is low, 7 is high, 4 is middle. Then you will break the pattern. This is recommended in the paper by Part1a. This is one of the remedy for single source bias. Okay. This guy, I'll show you this paper. This guy, he has been writing about this issue since 1986. Since you didn't read, right? Okay. 1986, he wrote a shorter paper, and then he revised in 2003. He revised in 2012. Now in 2024, he has a paper for you also on the same issue. Okay. This one, Common method bias is bad, it's complex, it's widespread, and not easy to fix. In this paper, they give you some remedy. Before you collect data, what you need to do. After you collect data, what you can. Okay. 1986, okay. The original paper, they already revised 4 times. Okay. So your scale should not be the same scale throughout. Okay. And then we have another problem. When you collect data, which is like this, right? Like this, right? 5, 6, and 7, right? Okay. This happened at a Viva in graduate school. One of the external examiner came and then said, I gave you a major correction because your scale is not the same. Okay? From UITM also like this. UITM Merbu. He said, how can you regress the 5 point on a 6 point scale? How can you regress the 6 point on a 7 point scale? But this is a problem with people who are not, don't have a statistical background. No? When we run the analysis later, the software will standardize all your values. So the mean will be 0, standard deviation 1, no scale. Whatever your scale, it will be standardized. Okay. No problem. The software will standardize. So those are issues many people don't understand. Examiners will say, how can you have 5.6 point, right? It doesn't matter. When we run the analysis, all the software will standardize your scale. So it becomes mean 0, standard deviation. No, not anything. Not anything. Right? Okay. So that is for measurement. Okay. So a short thing. Let me show you this data collection. Okay. The third part is your data collection. Okay, for data collection, I think many of you have this problem. Most of them are using single source, right? Single source. That means one questionnaire go out, everything come back, you run the analysis, you live happily. Now no longer. Now they are saying we have a single source bias. I answer on the independent variable. I also answer dependent variable, right? I will answer consistently. How do you know that? And this is where we have this debate about single source. Okay. Instead of that, this is your personality, this is your performance, right? You answer personality, you also answer performance, right? Would you say your performance is not good? You will never, right? You will see them to be correlated. Okay? But we can also collect data like this. Independent variable, the employee answer. Dependent variable, the supervisor rate. We can do this, right? Here the data comes from multiple source. But you don't want to do because it's difficult. That's the only reason. Not because cannot do, you don't want to. Okay? No? Can, right? So the supervisor has 25 employees, right? He can answer 25 times. Because now you are saying this is employee number 1. This is employee number 2. He can read different. So this one comes from the employee. This one comes from the supervisor. Okay? So sources are different. Still questionnaire. Both questionnaire. Okay. The third one is this one personality is answered by the employee. The performance not from the employee, from the secondary data. At the end of the year, you have evaluation. Remember, you get a score from 0 to 100. So this is primary data from questionnaire. This is secondary data from the database. But you need to do matching. Okay. So this also can be done, but not easy because many companies will not give you the numbers.
You know, ultimately, you probably wouldn't get the same number of employees.
Not easy to get this. We have privacy and so on, right? So although all these are done, we need to know them first before we decide whether it can be done. Okay. Problem with this kind of data collection is if the employee answer, supervisor don't rate, need to throw away. It must be complete. Okay. Supervisor answer, employee don't answer, also need to throw away. That's the problem with multiple sources.
So let's say they got 25 employees, only one supervisor can be done.
Can.
Oh, all right.
Because they only answer this part. This part all they don't answer.
Prof, for example, I give a survey to students and I ask them their score. So that score is basically multiple source, right? Because it's not their own answer.
The source is like this. The independent variable, the same person answer. The dependent also the same person answer. Right?
The single source.
That is the only training we got, unfortunately, right? All our classes are like that. They teach you how to do one questionnaire. Your independent variable, mediating variable, moderator variable, dependent variable come in one questionnaire and one person answer all. That is called single source. Okay? That is called single source.
So it's not called like, let's say KPI, the employee have to answer all the KPI, and then the supervisor just give KPI for
The
all
performance.
the, yeah, so it's like that.
How often do you give a generalized answer under the specific?
No, you have to tell them now you are rating employee number 1. You are now rating employee number 2. They must know who they are rating. They do not general. So if you have 10 employees, right? He can answer 10 times if you want to. Because there are 10 different employees, right? Okay. It can be done, but not easy to do.
It's not easy.
Yeah, because you cannot get access to the company. So I'm telling you, in some situation it can be done, not so easy. So we have this problem.
That means, Prof, that means the sample size for the supervisor is smaller than.
No, we will have we will get like this. So just now we were talking about multi-level, right? Can you see the multi-level? Okay, this is a high performance work system, 50 companies. Okay, can you see the number here? Only 50, right? Okay. These two variables is answered by 451 employees. Okay, because in one company maybe 5 employees, another company 10 employees. Okay, but we have 2 levels, right? Organization, this is individual. So that's why we call them multi-level. This one we cannot analyze in SPSS, MOS and all. But the numbers are not the same. So we have other software that can do this. This is called multi-level. So what we normally do is we take this variable, we put it here. Okay? The employee don't know also they will answer. Right? They don't know what is high performance system also. But if we put them here, they will answer, right? Then they have 451, 451, 451. That's single level. This one is multi-level. Okay? So this is where other software comes into the picture. I have not done this, but this is also a possible thing.
In future can be upgraded in the smart PLS.
That one I don't know, but other software like M+ can do.
PLS cannot handle this, right?
No,
Because
at the moment,
the data source is only one source itself.
unless you do aggregation.
Yeah, and the problem here is that in the random survey, that your organization level may not represent the individual level. Because you're randomly picking up from the different company.
No. These are the 50 companies, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This employee must only come from these 50 employees. 50 companies.
Exactly. In a random survey, those employees may not all come from the same
No. We need to have a
That doesn't
code.
work, right?
For this company, right, we need to have a code. Company 1, company 2, then we know which employees are coming from company 1, which employees are coming from company 2. Then only we can do a method called aggregation. Okay, so here we have another, I will show you this one. Can you see here? We are looking at team error management climate. This is answered by the team leader. These 3 variables are answered by the team members.
But this is compulsory, right? They have to answer. No one must be answered.
No. In one team, a team has 3 people. Some people have 5, right? It doesn't matter because when they answer, you must know they are in team 1 or team 2. Then we can do aggregation. This is what we will need to do. Okay?
And all these 229 individuals must come from any one of those teams.
Yeah,
It has to be
33.
It must.
They are all from these 33 teams. But in one team, maybe 10 people answer. Another team, 5 people answer.
So how when we decide on the sample size, we are using the individual level to decide on the sample size.
Yeah. This one they will aggregate to 33.
Okay.
Then only you have 33. Okay? But before they do the aggregation, you need to run this analysis called ICC.
ICC.
The cross correlation. To see whether, let's say 3 people answer, right? If one person answer very high, another person middle, and another person low cannot combine. We want to see the correlation first before we can combine.
So just means you have to organize another training.
So the other thing, I asked you one question. If our unit analysis is organization, right? So if let's say the student mentioned that he or she is going to collect the data from 5 persons from the same organization, right? So in this case also we need to aggregate.
I answered that, right?
Yeah. So in that case, how?
Okay, this is another problem I see even in USM. Okay, your unit of analysis is organization, but you collect data from employees in the organization. We do a lot. I don't say Gita. Many of them do. Okay, they want to study university performance. They collect data from the staff. I fail you happily. Cannot, because your unit analysis is university performance. University performance, 1% from the university must answer. How many universities do you have? Okay. So that's something you need to understand, unit of analysis. But if you want to look at employee performance, then anybody can answer. That's why the unit of analysis comes into the picture, who you actually collect data from. Okay, the person answering is called the data source. Data source. Okay. If the person is one company, 1%, he's answering on behalf of the company. So that is aggregate level. But if you take 10 people from the company, they are given different numbers, right? You need to aggregate if you want to study them as organization. So that's one of the reasons why they have this aggregation. Yeah.
So our students
Okay. I also do that, Gita. But problem is, after a while, I realized to publish is nearly impossible. In top journals, you get this rejection because data is coming from the same source. Okay, I show you this email. So this is can you see? This is a journal called Learning and Instruction. Okay, my co-author is Prof. Low from Unimaster. She submitted a paper to the journal, and then this is Learning and Instruction usually does not publish papers that solely rely on single application of a self-report measure, especially when other measurements were feasible and no triangulation with other measurement has taken place. This telling you, since it's single source, we are not interested in that. Okay. So, another one is here. I show you. This one. This is also another very good journal called International Journal of Management. Journal of International Management. You see here, this was a paper submitted by one of our DBA students to this journal. The paper went to review. After 1 year, he got revised and resubmitted. Very happy, came to see me. I sit down and do some revision. We resubmitted. And then the editor said this. Thank you for resubmitting. I see 2 additional issues that reviewers or I may not have detected earlier. So he's telling you, sorry, I didn't read the paper 1 year ago. Now I'm reading your paper, so I decided to desk reject. After 1 year. Okay, after 1 year. Here he said, first, given the nature of your topic, this paper is better suited for publication in marketing journal. Hello, you keep 1 year already, Now you're saying not suitable, This also happens, although you can say whatever you want, unfair, whatever. This is happening. Okay. The second reasoning he gives you is the one single source. Can you see? My careful review leads me to believe that manuscript does not meet JAM's publication threshold, as your data probably suffer from common method self-informant bias, because both dependent variables and independent variables were responded to by the same respondent. And then you see here, as you may know, this is now considered a serious flaw in management research, if not in marketing. So he's telling you, take your paper to a marketing journal. They may be nicer too. It's actually sarcastic, but it's correct. I get emails like that. So now I'm more careful. I understand. This will happen. This will happen. Okay? But this editor very good. He gives you an option. If you still want to do single source, what you need to do is here. Okay. You collect data about subjective performance of the firm, right? Some of these firms are larger firms, right? They have annual report, can correlate. That is called external validation. Okay? Like you have big companies, right? They publish the annual report, they have sales, profit, whatever. You have a score from questionnaire, you correlate with the profit. If that's correlated, then there's an external validation. Okay? That's number one. And this you cannot do with SMEs. SMEs don't have. Okay, cannot. Okay? Then he give you the next one. Justify. What he's saying is, can you justify there is no bias? This is where we have some remedy. Okay? So in the paper by Part1a, he suggests this two. Procedure remedy and statistical remedy. Procedure remedy is the one you do like a scale different. Before you collect data, you already say I have a different Likert scale. Okay, you have clear instruction. There are also people telling you don't arrange your independent variable, mediator variable, dependent variable in the same system. So they already know one leads to the other. Okay, one leads to the other. In some literature, they ask you to do psychological separation. You ask them the independent variable, ask them the demographic, then only you ask them the dependent variable. That's a separation, right? Okay, that also can be done. If not, you can try this. Marker variable. How many of you are familiar with this? And this is the gold standard for those who are planning to do single source. In your questionnaire, you must include a variable called the marker variable, which is not part of your model. The respondent will also answer this marker variable. Okay, so what we will do is we will run the model without the marker variable, then we will add the marker variable. These are some examples. Social desirability is done in psychology a lot. Okay? So we can do that. But most of my students will use this one. 3 items only. You need to have in your question. Yeah.
From let's say, collecting data from one of the merchants. Unit of analysis should be individual business model.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it should be same method, same source?
No, even if you got,
only technological application is possible.
no, you can. What we are saying is your independent variable, dependent variable answered by the same person. You need to have a marker variable in your model. Okay, you need to have a marker variable in the model. This marker variable can be 2 items, 3 items, can be also 7 items, but this is not part of the model. Okay, so what we will do is, if this marker variable is not supposed to be related to your dependent variable, right? Because this is not part of your model. But if you run your analysis and this is significant, then you have a bias, right? Because the respondent thinks this is part of the model. He's answering consistently. This is the idea. If they are not correlated, you are saying they understand. This is not part of the model. They are not answering consistently. They understand this variable is not. So one of the variables they are now suggesting is this, preference for color. There's two papers published by this one. This is the first paper they suggested. And then now 2023, they say 7 items. But now they are saying you can pick combination of items, 3 items, 4 items. This is the second paper. Okay. So you can add this variable into your model. Okay, let's say your dependent variable is organizational commitment. And then when you put this variable as pointing to commitment, if this is significant, you don't have to do anything, right? Just paint everything blue. Everything is plain blue, right? Because they like color blue, that's why they're committed. It doesn't make sense, right? Okay, that is the idea of this marker variable.
Can you go to it?
That one I don't know, because this comes from the source, so I just take it. Yeah. Chapter 3. Chapter 2 is not included. This is not part of the model.
Yes.
Okay. So you can see this paper. This is this paper. This paper has a very good explanation of this, but they explain in paragraph only. But they have added the marker variable in the model. Okay. This is part of before you collect data. But if you have already collected data, you cannot do this.
Yeah.
Okay. We have another method I will show you. Any question? Okay, now your eyes are blinking, right? It's a good sign. Okay. All my PhD students must have mark available, or else I will not let them collect data. Okay, because when you submit to good journals, right, the first question they ask is, how do I determine you don't have a bias? I need to show.
Do you include marker variable in your regression?
We will run with and without.
With and without. And then how do you interpret it?
The R squared should not change more than 10%.
Okay.
If the R squared changes more than 10%, now the variable becomes an additional independent variable. Okay. So I will show you how to run the analysis. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you can look at this paper, but I would recommend you to read this paper. This one. This paper is a really good paper.